constitue un héritage dont pourra bénéficier la ville et le parc Jean-Drapeau pendant très longtemps. Merci. I would like to express my thanks to all the athletes who have come from every part of the globe. Your success has helped us reach our objective of making Parc Jean-Drapeau in Montreal an internationally acclaimed destination. Thank you as well to the International Paralympic Committee and to the organizing committee for the high quality of the event you have allowed us to enjoy this past week. We are absolutely delighted here at Parc Jean-Drapeau in Montreal that you have chosen our facilities to hold this World Championship competition. Thank you. Enfin, merci également à tous les accompagnateurs, les entraîneurs, les bénévoles, tous ceux qui ont travaillé de près ou de loin à l'organisation d'événements, sans qui ce championnat n'aurait pu avoir lieu. Le Parc Jean-Drapeau est un site qui accueille des dizaines d'événements sportifs à tous les ans et nous sommes en mesure de reconnaître l'importance et la qualité de votre contribution. En terminant, je tiens également à inviter la population de Montréal et d'ailleurs qui ne connaissait pas le complexe aquatique du Parc Jean-Drapeau à venir le découvrir. Nous espérons sincèrement que les athlètes qui ont performé cette semaine auront inspiré notre clientèle à venir bouger et à venir s'entraîner chez nous. Au nom de toute l'équipe du Parc Jean-Drapeau, je vous remercie. Please bring with you our best wishes to your family and your friends of health and happiness for the rest of the year and the other competitions who will come. Thank you all and welcome. Thanks again and have a good end of the day and end of the journey. Thank you. Please welcome Mr. Hood.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, athletes, coaches, spectators, officials, classifiers. It is my esteemed pleasure to congratulate the organizing committee and thank Piscine Parc Olympique Club de Natation for the work that they have done in hosting this championships. I also have the pleasure of thanking our partners, the Government of Canada, the Province de Quebec, the Ville de Montreal, Tourism Montreal, and Parc Jean-Drapeau. The City of Montreal has hosted yet again an incredible competition, allowing us to see more than 40 world records set in this pool. This follows on top of the great championships run in 2005 and the other incredible events that run year-round here at Parc Jean-Drapeau. It is my pleasure to extend our warmest and deepest thanks to all of the volunteers, for without you, we would not be able to host this competition, nor would we be able to support the athletes and coaches. Thank you very much. It is now my pleasure to introduce the Chief Executive Officer of the International Paralympic Committee and our partner in the hosting of this championship, Mr. Javi Gonzalez.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames and messieurs, I am pleased to be able to address you today at the conclusion of what has been a very memorable 2013 IPC Swimming World Championships. Continuing the legacy of the hugely successful London 2012 Paralympic Games, by the end of today, we will have seen nearly 480 swimmers from all corners of the globe, including, of course, the host nation, Canada, compete in 172 medal events across 7 days of thrilling action at the first event of this kind in North America. The athletes have, as ever, inspired us all and through their amazing performances have raised awareness of parasport and para-swimming to the entirely new audiences, fans and media. We still have a lot more exciting action to come at tonight's finals. But before we enjoy the last night's racing, I would like to take a few moments to extend my gratitude to some of our partners. Thanks go to James Hood of Swimming Canada and Anton Vogler of Club Natation PPO, as co-chairs of the local organizing committee. They have worked tirelessly to stage these championships and pull together their various teams who themselves deserve thanks. I will also like to thank the Canadian Paralympic Committee for their support. The technical officials, classifiers, IPC staff always deliver excellent swimming competitions, so I would like to thank them too, as well as the 350 volunteers who have helped them to do so. The beautiful province of Quebec and the city of Montreal, of course, deserve a special mention. You have welcomed us with open arms, and we are grateful to you, alongside the Parc Jean Drapeau, for giving us such a wonderful setting in which to hold such an important competition. Lastly, but certainly not least, I thank the close of 60 national Paralympic committees, their teams, and the athletes for amazing us across 7 days, where many world records have been fallen, historic performance has been laid down, and a new champions to watch in the future have emerged. I am very much looking forward to the final evening session of Montreal 2013. Thank you, merci beaucoup.
So that concludes the formal speeches this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen,
for the 2013 World Championships.
Of the 2013 IPC Swimming World Championships. We hope you enjoyed it.
First
Stick
final
around,
is scheduled for some 14 minutes from now.
With 25 gold medals up for grabs. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the action.
So do join us for live action, which is scheduled to take place at 1700 hours. That's 5 p.m. here, local time in Montreal. Do join us. Thank you.
La dernière soirée de finale va bientôt commencer. Ce soir, 25 médailles d'or attendent preneurs. Alors détendez-vous et profitez de l'action que les championnats du monde de natation IPC 2013 aura à vous offrir ce soir.
It's my turn to fly. So girls get in line, 'cause I'm easy, no playing this guy like a fool. But now I'm alright. You might have had me caged before, but not tonight. And you may not believe that, baby, I'm relieved. a beautiful day. I can't stop myself from smiling. If I take you, then I'm buying. And I know there's no denying that it's a beautiful day. The sun is out and the music's playing. And even if it started raining, you won't hear this boy complaining. 'Cause I'm glad that's all the one who got away. 'Cause if you ever think I'll take up my time with thinking of our breakup, then you've got another thing coming your way. 'Cause it's a beautiful day. Beautiful day. Oh, baby, any day that you're gone away. It's a beautiful day.
great finish for long there. Daniel Diaz of Brazil leading. Roy Perkins in third. Canada, the gold medalist.
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to the final session of Day 7 at the 2013 IPC Swimming World Championships.
Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs, et bienvenue à cette 7e et dernière soirée de finale des championnats du monde IPC 2013.
And now, please welcome to the pool deck the officials for this session.
Veuillez maintenant accueillir, s'il vous plaît, les officiels pour cette session.
Good evening once again. My name is Nick Gillingham. It's my absolute pleasure to bring you the IPC Swimming World Championships 2013 here in Montreal. We're going live tonight for every single final. It is the last night, I'm afraid to say. We've had 7 days of fantastic racing, medals galore spread across so many nations here at the Parc Jean Drapeau Aquatic Complex. And as ever, once again, I'm joined by the ever knowledgeable Paul Noble. Good evening, Paul.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, a lot to look forward to here. And there are tonight's events. We start with the men's individual medley in the SM7 class. Move on to the backstrokes for the S9 classes. And finish the evening, or progress through the evening. 50 freestyle events, lots of 50 events tonight. Short and sharp. 200 metres individual medley for the SM14 class, those with an intellectual disability. And we finish the championships traditionally with the medley relay event. Should be very exciting tonight. Lots to look forward to. 25 finals that we will bring you here from Montreal this evening.
Scheduled to finish at 8:36, or the last final takes place at 8:36 this evening, but there's the first one. The men's 200 metres individual medley SM7. 7 competitors go in this one, and we will see the world record holder go in lane number 4, Bodeko of the Ukraine. He set the world record last year on the 2nd of September when he took the Paralympic title. A multi-world champion he is.
For the women's event, Ingmar Han.
Quite a number of spectators here in the facility, cheering on the athletes as they cruise through these sharp waters. Clear waters, they have to be a certain temperature. Everything has to be to a specification. Waters can't be too cold or too warm. Everything's set for fast racing. You can see there the beefy anti-wave lane ropes that actually turn those individual discs turn as the waters break against them, and it smooths the waters down. So they're referred to as the anti-wave lane ropes, and of course they are the yellow touch pads at both ends of the pool. The swimmers will have very accurate split times. They'll be very aware and sure of their pace throughout the performances, and we can see the starting blocks as well. These days, very much like a track athlete, these swimmers will do a track start, 1 foot forwards, 1 foot back, and push off a very angled back plate on the starting block to almost take a running dive into the pool. And the specification is perhaps one of the reasons, because you have to work hard, why we've seen so many records throughout the week, Paul.
They didn't have those back blocks when we were swimming, did we, Nick? They're very new. They've just come in over the last couple of years, and the swimmers have adapted to them and been able to use them to their advantage. There are a couple of adaptations in disability swimming. We will see swimmers being assisted at the start in several of the classes for those with a more severe disability. We'll see the tappers for those who have visual impairments, who have no vision at all. And we might see some towels appearing on the blocks, especially for those with a lower limb disability, a lower limb amputation. Just prevents abrasion at the top of those blocks, because the blocks are like sandpaper, really. They are designed so that people don't slip off them when they're ready for the start. So you may well see some adaptions being used at the start, but of course all those adaptions have to be passed by the International Paralympic Committee to make sure they are legal and appropriate to the disability of the athlete.
So here we have the lineup now for the first final this evening. The men's 200 metres individual medley, SM7, one length of the pool on each stroke. There's Toledo. He goes in lane 1 for Brazil.
In lane number 2, representing Canada, Jean-Michel Lavalière.
Lavalerie goes in lane number 2 for Canada, of course. Watch out for him. Wang is in 3 from the People's Republic of China. Boadeko. Yevgeny Boadeko, the world record holder, Paralympic champion last year. He's in 4. Matthew Levy goes in 5 for Australia. Komarov in 6 for the Ukraine. Pereira in 7 from Brazil to complete the lineup there. So here we go. 4 lengths of the pool.
Now Boadeko will be the favourite for this one. In the centre lane from the team of Ukraine. They top the medal table with most gold medals at these championships. And Boadeko is odds on to add to that. The final of the men's 200 metres individual medley, SM7. About to get underway. Ooh. Bit of a wobble at the start there, not sure what happened, but the swimmers have been asked to relax. It was the Canadian swimmer just coming off the block there, just being assisted there by the coaches, Yevgeny Boadeko. So test the focus of some of these athletes, but they are well trained. Most of them are full-time athletes here at these World Championships, and they are expecting delays like this, so they should be able to cope with it. But sometimes it's not easy to do. I think there was a problem with the starting signal, so we're not going to have a false start. We'll have a faulty start, so there's no swimmers that will be disqualified for this delay at the start. Nothing to do with the swimmers, it's just that the starting equipment was not functioning properly. The start now for the men's 200 metres individual medley, SM7.
Boadeko into the lead. Nice off the blocks was Lavalerie of Canada, but that man in the middle of the pool, we always see the fastest swimmers qualify at centre of the pool. Quite traditional really, because in older pools years ago the waters were very choppy and we didn't have the anti-wave lane ropes that we see here, of course, smoothing out the waters. So clearly in the lead, Boadeko in lane number 4, but going well in lane number 3 is Wang. Looks like in 3rd is Levy for Australia, and it is just 2 seconds down on Boadeko. Can Wang keep in contention with Boadeko? Well, this is the backstroke length. Boadeko just about a half a body, stretching the lead now. That's a good picture of a full body length and a very fast kicking rate for Boadeko. A 6-beat leg kick, we call that. 6 kicks to every full stroke cycle, a right arm and a left arm there. So Boadeko still leading.
Well, if the other two are going to catch him, they're going to have to pull up on the breaststroke. And Boadeko, a very strong breaststroker too, but very often the breaststroke leg can make a difference in the individual medley. But Boadeko with a big lead there, almost 4 seconds over Wang, and Matt Levy in 3rd position. Canadian swimmer Lavalier lying in 5th position at the halfway stage. Ahead of him is Komarov from Ukraine. Borodayko looking very, very strong now, and if anything, he's stretching his lead. It's going to be a battle, I think, for the silver and bronze between Wang of China, closest to us, and Matt Levy from Australia. The Australian now pulling into clear 2nd position, but not really making much of an impression on Borodayko. Levy too, very, very strong freestyle swimmer. Expect him to be strong in the last 50, but he's got a lot to make up. Borodayko goes over 1:57.97. He's about half a second down on world record pace. We may well see a world record swim in the first final this evening.
Yes, let's hope so. Matthew Levy perhaps left himself too much here. There's about 6 metres between these two competitors. Borodayko there from the Ukraine in lane 4. He's been chased down by Matthew Levy. Look at the powerful kick of Levy from Australia, but that is Borodayko. He's now 5 metres from the finish. Borodayko's going to take the gold medal just outside the world record, 2:34.89. Matthew Levy did very well for silver. And coming in lane number 3, Wang of the People's Republic of China. Good swim for him. Perhaps as we would have expected, the 1, 2, 3 there. Coming in lane number 6, Komarov. Lane number 1, Toledo of Brazil. Valery's finished in 5th place, unofficially 2:53.86. I think the Canadian will be pleased with that result, but that man, well, for sure he's pleased. Borodayko is the world champion.
There's a start to the swimmers with good legs there, but very little arm function. Coming off very well, the Chinese swimmer Wang. Borodayko also had a very good start. Wang staying under the water the longest. Coming up there, level with the Ukrainian. Borodayko very strong on all 4 strokes, and he was very close to his own world record time, 2:34.89 for the Ukrainian. Stretching forward there. He's got 1 long arm and 1 short arm, Borodayko, and it's very important that he shows intent, so the short arm has to be fully extended at the same time that the long arm is fully extended. And Borodayko coming in, clear water between him and Matt Levy just coming into shot for Australia. 2:34.89 Borodayko, 2:39.14 for Matt Levy. Some 4.5 seconds behind the Ukrainian, with Wang from China in 3rd position. But a great performance. Yevgeny Borodayko from the Ukraine will claim the first gold medal, but we do have a delay, and we are looking at a possible disqualification for the man who finished first here, Yevgeny Borodayko. Well, I wonder what happened there, Nick.
Well, I actually have no idea. Camera was following him for nigh on every metre of the race. There are a number of reasons why you can be disqualified, but nothing really jumped out to my mind. There's been quite a few disqualifications here at these World Championships, and it is confirmed Borodayko, the Paralympic champion from last year, is not the world champion. The gold medal going to Levy, the silver to Wang, and Komarov taking the bronze. Valery nearly sneaking into the medals, it must be said, for Canada, but that would have been by default. But we do have a half an hour, 30 minutes, where the national teams can appeal. There's a cost to it, though. It's not cheap. 140 euros is the cost, and if you lose that appeal, you lose your money. So they have to be absolutely sure that there was no infringement, and of course these national teams all have coaches or sports scientists that video the race, analyse the race, and they'll be looking at every metre in close detail to see whether or not any evidence suggests there's disqualification.
The finalists for the women's 200 metres individual medley SM7. 2 Canadians go in this one in 5 and 6. Just waiting for the swimmers to come on to poolside. Nikita Howarth from New Zealand, one of the youngest swimmers here at these championships. She has the fastest time in terms of entry for this final. Brianna Nelson, who swam so well in the 50 metres butterfly yesterday for Canada. She goes right next to the New Zealander. And we have, again, Bodaiko just coming in for the back to breaststroke turn. We're trying to maybe get an idea of why the disqualification occurred.
On the turns, the swimmers have to be up within 15 metres. The end of the red disc is 5 metres down the pool. The obvious mistake could be on the dive start. Bodaiko does go a long, long way underwater when he's doing the butterfly kicking action. You're allowed to get to 15 metres, and if it's 15.01, then you're disqualified. So that could be the reason. We'll find out later.
The 8 swimmers now out behind the blocks for the final of the women's 200 metres individual medley SM7. Gitarakso from Hungary goes in 1. Almeida from Brazil goes in lane 2. Courtney Jordan, can she add to her gold medal tally from lane 3? Nikita Howarth, the young New Zealander. Next to the 2 Canadians, Brianna Nelson, already a champion here in Montreal, and Sarah Mahan. They go in 5 and 6 for the home nation. Ariana Talamona from Italy goes in 7, and the second Hungarian, obscured by the flags there, Dorothea Baka, goes in lane 8. World record holder set in the previous World Championships in 2010, Mallory Wegeman from USA, 248.43, and might not be achievable for the swimmers in this final, but it means it's going to be a very exciting final here. Nikita Howarth, fastest time through to this final. Brianna Nelson and Sarah Mahan, the 2 Canadians, and of course the very successful Courtney Jordan from the USA in lane number 3. Should be a good battle, this one, and a good start from the butterfly champion Brianna Nelson. She is the early leader ahead of Nikita Howarth and Sarah Mahan.
If anybody's going to upset the apple cart, then Brianna Nelson of Canada is going to do just that in lane number 5. Howarth is the favourite, but only 3 seconds clear on paper, or very slightly less than that. Howarth is leading at the moment for New Zealand in lane number 4 as we approach the end of this first length, the butterfly. Let's watch out for the split, 36.98 for Nelson. Howarth, Meehan, so Canada first and third at the moment.
Well, can Nikita Howarth from New Zealand pull back on the Canadian swimmer? Brianna Nelson having a look across there. She's in the lead, and she is really powering through on this backstroke, really trying to get the turnover going. She has a disability down one side of her body there, not really getting the catch at all from her right arm. It's all left arm power mostly for Brianna Nelson and Nikita Howarth. Well, she has limb disabilities too. You see her, she doesn't have full arms. Either of her arms are not fully functional, but it is Brianna Nelson at the halfway stage, 124.52. Nikita Howarth 4 seconds behind. Courtney Jordan coming into the picture ominously. Courtney Jordan, the freestyle specialist. Brianna Nelson looking round there, and she will see Nikita Howarth making inroads into the lead of the Canadians.
Yes, Nelson really looking strongly to her right-hand side, doesn't really favour the breaststroke, and that's where the lead can really change. Howarth coming through now on the breaststroke as we suspected. My goodness, this is turning into a real battle. Nelson did so very well, but Howarth now into the lead for the very first time at this breaststroke length. It's a third length, a very specialised length, a very specialised stroke where the race happens, but the stroke has to happen. And the stroke for Nikita Howarth in this breaststroke length has really worked well for her now. 3 metres clear of Nelson of Canada. Nelson in second. Howarth is still leading.
Well, Brianna Nelson, what can she do? Can she pull back against Nikita Howard? Brianna Nelson coming back very, very strongly. This race is not over yet. Courtney Jordan has got a lot to make up in third position, but Brianna Nelson for the home nation of Canada is closing with every stroke. Nikita Howard stretching for home, gasping for breath. Brianna Nelson coming through now, coming level with the New Zealand swimmer as they come into the last 5. It looks like Howarth is just about going to have enough. What a fight down that last leg. Howarth takes it by 0.3 of a second ahead of Brianna Nelson. Courtney Jordan coming through for third position ahead of Sarah Mahan, but Nikita Howarth, she hung on grimly towards the end, and Brianna Nelson, it was almost gold again for the home swimmer, but she was just 0.3 of a second short of the time posted by Howarth.
So other swimmers coming in now to stop the clock for what will be an achievement in terms of their own personal goals and targets. It's not always about the medals. There's only 3 of those to give out. All these swimmers will work so hard all year to perhaps make the World Championship final for the very first time. Howarth, the gold medalist, can you believe she did just enough to hang on down that breaststroke length? She had to make it happen. There's the dive start for the first length butterfly, and lane number 4. The nearest lane to us in the yellow is lane number 4. One lane up from that is lane 5, and that was the lane for the Canadian lady, Nelson. There's the breaststroke turns. That's the last turn. Allowed 1 pull, 1 kick underwater on the breaststroke turns, but on that leg where you come off the wall, you want to be up and racing down this final length, the front crawl length. Front crawl is the fastest of the stroke, and here, well, we thought it was sewn up. We thought Howarth all the way, but Nelson came back again inside the final 15. Those red discs, she really dug in, but the pool, well, it was too short. Another 2 meters, and the gold would have gone to Canada, but the gold goes to New Zealand. Nikita Howarth, the world champion.
That was close, wasn't it? Nikita Howarth. Oh, she's the champion. New Zealand having an excellent championships here in Montreal. Let's hope there's no disqualifications in this one. There's a little bit of a delay because of the official result. The result is confirmed. 14-year-old Nikita Howarth takes gold for New Zealand. Canada's Brianna Nelson in silver. Courtney Jordan takes the bronze. Sarah Mahan from Canada in 4th.
Moving on to the men's 100 meters backstroke S9. 8 competitors there from 7 different nations. Great Britain have 2 competitors in this final this evening. Great Britain a little bit down on the medal tally in the past, so they'll want to prove themselves tonight. Well, there's a competitor in lane number 1, Cody Baru of the USA. He's next to Brendan Hall from Australia. That guy's massive. He must be about 8'6" tall. Standing next to him the other day, I thought, how tall can you be? Zhui Bingyu in 3 for the People's Republic of China, but there's the fastest qualifier. James Crisp of Great Britain goes in 4, 1 minute 5.73, but Matthew Cowdery's next to him. McGivern goes in lane 6 for Ireland. Peters in 7, also for Great Britain. Mellinger in lane 8 to complete the lineup for Hungary. Justin Zuk's the world record holder, 61.75. James Crisp will have to go some to get near that, but that man, he's the dangerous man. Matthew Cowdery from Australia in great form this week. There is only 0.8 of a second separating the first 6 men from this morning's heats.
Matthew Cowdrey has proved this week he has a lightning start, really working well underwater, just popping up around about the 15-metre marker, and Matthew Cowdrey in the yellow cap of Australia is leading. James Crisp probably in second, and also going well at the top, Kasaba Mellinger in the early stages. But James Crisp now pulling back on Matthew Cowdrey as they get into the stroke. Cowdrey is probably just about going to be first into the turn. Well, it is Crisp and McGivern going well for Ireland, 0.3 of a second behind Crisp. But Cowdrey again, an excellent turn, and he pops up ahead of James Crisp. Cowdrey just leading, but Crisp coming back strongly.
James Crisp is coming back. How awesome underwater is Matthew Cowdrey there at the turn, and as he was at the start, and Cowdrey digging in so deep as the pure speed of James Crisp tries to get back on form. I don't think he's going to catch him, but here we go with the last 4 arm strokes into the finish. It does go to Australia. It does go to Matthew Cowdrey. Oh my goodness, drama once again. Very, very tight. 63-23 and officially 63-83 for James Crisp of Great Britain. And Ireland, McGivern in third, 64-75. There's the blistering start.
Now we can't even see Cowdrey there. He's still under the water. Great start from Matt Cowdrey. Here he is. He's just popping up now into the lead there. Chris going well, and McGivern had a great swim. The Irish swimmer in lane number 6 there. But Matt Cowdrey coming into the turn, just losing a little bit of ground to James Crisp and Lawrence McGivern. They go over 1 and 2. Cowdrey, though, was never far away. And look at the power of the man. Look at the depth that he got on that turn. Wow, he's really holding his breath there, and that is tough to do. And it was the start and the turn that were all important for Matt Cowdrey as he hung on to that lead. The other two coming back on him, but Cowdrey is the champion, 103.23. James Crisp in second position, only just half a second behind almost. And Lawrence McGivern, what a swim from the young Irishman. The Irish team having a fantastic championships here. The result is confirmed for the men's 100 backstroke S9. Matt Cowdrey is the champion. Great Britain's James Crisp silver and McGivern the bronze. Start list for the women's 100 metres backstroke S9. 2 Great Britain swimmers in the centre lanes.
Cruz goes in lane number 1 for Brazil. Pingling next to her in 2 for the People's Republic of China. Vivanco, well, she's in 3 for France. Stephanie Millward of Great Britain, the fastest qualifier this morning, 1:12.39. And the young Amy Marin, already a world champion here, only a few tenths down on her. She's in 5. Smith goes in 6 for the USA. Johannes in 7, also from the USA, and Camille Berube in number 8 for Canada. This is a good lineup this evening. The battle between the 2 Brits, though, centre of the pool, lane 4 and 5. Well, a good start for Millward in lane number 4, but lane number 1 going very well. Cruz, Lynn, lane number 2 that looks like. Lynn was going very well in the early stages, but the Brits now leading, as we would have anticipated, at around about 40 metres. It's very tight indeed. 1:12.39 and 1:12.70 just separated these 2 competitors, but the experience of Stephanie Millward will be, well, what she needs in the closing stages. It's Millward, Marin, Lynn, that's the 1, 2, 3. It's gold and silver for Great Britain at the moment.
Looks like gold and silver's nailed on for the GB pair here, but who is going to take the gold? Who's going to take the silver? Stephanie Millward fighting hard there. The champion in the 100 freestyle, but the youngster, Amy Marin, she had her birthday, her 15th birthday here in Montreal, and she's pushing the experienced Millward. Millward just about hanging on. It's all going to come down to the finish. Who's it going to go? It is Millward takes it, 110.56, 4/10 of a second. Behind her is Amy Marin, and Elizabeth Smith from the USA takes the bronze medal. But Stephanie Millward, well, didn't she hang on well there in the closing stages?
She really, really did hang on so very well. Stephanie Millward, 110.56, and I can tell you that's not too shy off the world record, 109.30, held by Dixon of Canada. She really was very, very good at the start. There she is, into a stroke quickly, into the lead quickly. Marin did very well coming up, but at just the very top of the picture you saw Ping Ling there in the frame, went very well early on. And there's the turn. Smith took the bronze unofficially at the end, and this position here, I felt that Stephanie Millward would wrap it up, but the veteran of the team perhaps had a question in her own mind. Do I have the speed endurance over Amy Marin, the young pretender, just 15 this week, with all the guts and determination and of course great youth and finishing speed. Look at that great finish from Marin, dolphin kicking. That was so very tight on the wall, but I think that came down to experience. Stephanie Millward using the skills off the wall, up into a stroke very well, broke out very well, mastered that turn section to get some advantage, and just about held the young Amy Marin off, and taking a wonderful gold medal for Stephanie Millward.
Final result, Stephanie Millward is the world champion, Amy Marin the silver, Elizabeth Smith the bronze. Camille Berube from Canada finished in 8th position.
So moving on, we have the men's 100 meters freestyle S6. Very much a mid-range classification here. 2 lengths off the pool. And here's the lineup.
Matthew Hannapol for Australia goes in lane 1, next to Volinsky from Israel. And Adriano de Lima, the experienced man from Brazil, in 3. Nelson Crispin, wow, what a championships he's had. Real breakthrough event for the Colombian. Taliesin Glock for Brazil in 5. Dara McDonald, can he continue the great job the Irish team are doing here? Second Colombian, Daniel Londono in 7. And the final swimmer is Ingvarsson, Hortjord Ingvarsson from Iceland. He's going in lane number 8. World record holder, not here, Anders Olsen, 105.45, set back in 2009. Tara McDonald, well, his entry time here to the final, 113.60. I would expect him to go faster. But Nelson Crispin, well, Colombia with 1 gold medal this week to Moses Fuentes Garcia. But Nelson Crispin has been on the medal podium another 3 times. Can he add a gold to his medal collection here in Montreal?
Oh, what a fast start. Crispin from Colombia in 4, literally did fly through the air. Great strength and power for him up those starting blocks. I don't think of anybody, I've not seen anybody react so very quickly. He really wants this one.
And there he is, Nelson Crispin, leading the field there. I expected Dara McDonald in lane 6 to be a little bit closer, but Nelson Crispin ahead of Taliesin Glock at the minute. He's coming in to the turn now. Nelson Crispin, wow, 32.45. Excellent swim there so far from the Colombian. 1.6 seconds ahead of De Lima. And Hannibal going well up there in lane number 1. But Nelson Crispin, I don't think he's going to be caught. Taliesin Glock coming through for the Brazilians. The one-arm style of Taliesin Glock really pulling up now behind Nelson Crispin. Well, I thought it was all over a second ago, but Crispin is being challenged now by Glock. The turnover of the arms is really flying over from the Colombian. I think it's going to be a second gold at these championships for Colombia. He gets it. 1:10.01. Taliesin Glock in second, 1:10.51. And the third position in the outside lane goes to the Aussie. It's Matthew Hannibal from Australia, 1:11.40 ahead of Darragh MacDonald from Ireland. The man I picked out was a possible gold medalist.
Well, there's a wonderful picture of the champion. My goodness, going out in 32 seconds. There's his fast start into the water. And off 32, well, the dive's worth around the 3 seconds, 2 to 3 if it's good, and it was good, we saw that. I really thought he could perhaps knock in a 68 point. He did die away and let Glock get back to him, nail biting at the end, of course. He really did use his early speed to full advantage. I'm sure next time, though, if he perhaps has a more balanced performance, he'll dip quite comfortably under the 1:10. The world record is 65.45. Anders Olsson of Sweden. He's not here, of course. Crispin is the new world champion. And if he can just master the natural speed that he has as an athlete, he will get faster and faster and faster. There's the finish. One arm stroke in it at the end.
Nelson Crispin is a champion. He's delighted. What a championships he has had. Absolutely fantastic. Colombian team have been great. Colombia take the gold medal with Nelson Crispin, Taliesin Glock, the silver for Brazil, and Matthew Hannibal from Australia takes the bronze. The women's 100 freestyle S6. Manuela Romano in the fast lane, in lane 4. Elena Fedota from Ukraine goes in 1. Next to Trejo Degadillo, Diani Trejo Degadillo. Tanya Gropa, disqualified in the 50 freestyle, goes in 3. Next to the 50 champion, Emanuela Romano from Italy. Next to Ellie Simmons from Great Britain. What can the world champion do? Can she retain her title? Nolganir Kistler from the USA in 6. And next to her, Susana Ribeiro, the champion in 100 breaststroke earlier this week. Thelma Bjornsdottir, she completes the lineup in lane 8, the swimmer from Iceland. Victoria Arlen, still the world record holder, 1:13.33. The women's 100 freestyle for the S6 class is underway, and a good start from Tanya Gropa, the champion-elect in the 50 freestyle until that disqualification. Tanya Gropa from Germany looking excellent in the early stages, but Ellie Simmons, she's not great off the blocks compared to the other swimmers, but when she gets into her stroke, there is no stopping the Great British world champion. Ellie Simmons looking good as they come up to the halfway stage. Emanuela Romano going well from Italy, but it is going to be Simmons into the turn ahead of Romano and ahead of Tanya Gropa.
Ellie Simmons already a world champion here, already smashing her own world records here in Montreal. Ellie Simmons, well, if she was ahead at 25 metres, nobody was going to come past her in the second half of the swim. We're closing in towards the finish now. It's going to be Ellie Simmons of Great Britain. The world record's 1:13.33 by Ireland, the Paralympic champion. She's not here, but that lady is right there. But she's being chased down a little bit by Romano. Romano from Italy in lane 4, trying to get back at Ellie Simmons, but Ellie Simmons made a great early break, and the gold's going to go to her. Gold to Great Britain, gold to Ellie Simmons once again. Fantastic performance. We don't know how fast it was. No times have been posted or recorded on the electronic timing system. We'll bring the result to you soon officially, but that was really quick.
Well, Ellie Simmons there. She never disappoints, does she? Absolutely delighted there. And a good start from Tanja Groper, the German swimmer there, going from the towel in lane 3. She was the first one to show in that race. Ellie Simmons was slightly ahead of Romano there in the early stages, but down against the swimmer next to her, Noga Neer-Kistler from the USA. When they came to the turn, Ellie Simmons was first over. Romano and Groper just about level with each other, the Italian and the German swimmer. And Groper was fading away slightly in the second 50, and Ellie Simmons was only being stronger, only getting stronger. Only Romano could live with the pace of Ellie Simmons for a short time, but she couldn't overtake the Great Britain swimmer. Ellie Simmons bringing them home into the last 5 meters, and a great title for Ellie Simmons. She is the world champion yet again. Romano will take the silver medal for Italy, and Tanja Groper will be the bronze medalist. No times showing there, but to our naked eye, it's definitely Simmons, Romano and Tanja Groper. That is the 1, 2, 3. So I'm not sure what they're going to do with the timings. There was problems there with the electronic timing, and maybe they have backup timing that they can use, but definitely the top 3 as we saw it: Simmons, Romano and Groper.
Well, it'll be great to know how fast that time was for Ellie Simmons. Victoria Arlen of the USA took the Paralympic title in London last year, 1:13.33. Here's the start for Ellie Simmons. Always very powerful off the starting blocks. Doesn't always get a massive clearance down the pool compared to some of the other swimmers, but her technique and strength, natural speed and speed endurance is all in check. Tick boxes all over the place for Ellie Simmons. She is the world champion, but it's unofficial at the moment because we still do not have any timing showing anywhere at all, which is a real shame. All sorts of watches would have been on her, and an analysis of that race will be completed by the national team of Great Britain, but anything will be unofficial, of course. Right now, at this very moment, she is not a world champion.
Well, the officials are kind of clustered round behind us, having a little bit of a conference there. I'm really not sure what's going to happen. All the high-powered guys discussing.
Yes, the very, very knowledgeable Tony Ward from England. I've known Tony for some 30 years or more. I'd love to bring him to the microphone, but he won't be allowed to do that. It's very, very unusual circumstances. We do have placed judges, so the judges with their very well-trained professional eye will know the result. The electronic timing system is backed up manually by handheld devices, so we have unofficial times as well. And if the electronic scoreboard fails completely, you can go to manual backup as long as the judges are happy with the placing. So it'll all be down to the backup and the placed judges to decide and sign off the final results here.
There is an announcement being made over the PA, but we can't quite make it out. I just wonder if we can get some instruction here from the officials behind us so we can let you know what's going on. But we'll just have to wait until we can grab someone to let them know. Looks like there's some music coming on here, so it means it's going to be a little bit more time before we move on to the next event, before we can bring you a confirmed result.
I could run away from my commentary point and try and earwig. I got close to the technical door the other night when money was being exchanged for disqualifications, and then was told, Nick, get out! In short, we do what we can to bring you the very best up-to-date news. Why not? Why not? Go on then.
Well, I think for the first time this week, there we are.
The director just said, should we say hello? So hello everybody out there around the world. Thanks for joining us. Now go away, cameraman, director. I'm embarrassed.
We don't like it. Yeah. We've had enough.
Thanks for that.
There are the officials there. They're having that chat there. And I can see some, yeah, there's the Iceland coach there, the German coach, the coach from Ukraine, the GB coach is there, and the Mexican has just turned up. And I don't know what's going on here, but there is certainly some decisions to be made. We are not really sure exactly what the meeting is about. Well, we know it's about that last race, but what the plan is, we have no idea.
We could go for a swim, Paul. Fancy a swim?
We could do. That would save some time for us to do 100 metres. Blimey, that would take a long time these days.
In fact, when we see the swimming pool empty and the wide shots that are being brought to you by the host broadcaster, it does look a long, long way, doesn't it? And just imagine swimming 400 metres or half a mile 8 lengths of the pool. Well, that's a killing event. So we can see a lot of discussion there. That's Tony Ward with the slightly balding head these days and silvery hair. He's a wonderful man, is Tony. Very focused on his job. He's a real doer and makes things happen. Well, there's this 50-metre Olympic swimming pool. 25 metres wide, 50 metres long, each lane 2 metres wide. It's a long way down that course. These swimmers swimming perhaps 8, 9, 10, sometimes even 16 kilometres a day in their training sessions if they do a double up, 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon. It's a very tough sport, but as you can see right there, a very, very enjoyable one. Sport for all the family. There's the British team. Whether it's a competitive sport for you, whether it's to do with rehabilitation, where the water can support the body, 800 times thicker than air is the water, or whether it's just for general health and fitness, whether that's physical fitness or mental fitness, just to de-stress at the end of a hard, long working day. Water is the answer.
Well, the meeting of the officials has dispersed. I'm really not sure exactly what the outcome has been. There are some very unhappy swimmers there, and it's a big ask. Surely they're not going to ask these swimmers to go again and build up everything for a final. You have all your preparation, some hours in advance, all building up to that moment, that one moment. You're scheduled to swim at 5:30. You work your way back from that time. You have your warm-up on the land, you have your warm-up in the water, your rest period, your race preparation. Run that race through in your mind. And then to be asked, because of a technical failure, maybe the race didn't actually take place at that time. We're really not sure exactly what's happening. Nick's gone to see if he can find out exactly what the situation is. There's been nothing announced over public address here. We'll bring you news as soon as we have it. Seems to be no prospect of moving on to the next event. Well, having said that, there are some people coming out onto pool deck. The next event is the 50 metres breaststroke for men in the SP3 class. You see the basket carriers at the top of the pool. They have come out, so there is some activity. So the coaches have come out. We've just looks like there is going to be no reswim there. So looks like the result will stand. So it looks like Ellie Simmonds will be confirmed as the world champion. We'll bring you the official result as soon as we have it. The coaches have come out of the room and they've mouthed across to us, no reswim, so that is good news for the three medalists. Ellie Simmonds from Great Britain and Romana from Italy, and Tanya Groper from Germany. That was the gold, silver and bronze medalists. To our eye, of course, because we didn't have any electronic timing to go by. So we'll be getting the competition underway very shortly. We may even be moving to some medal presentations where we're waiting to sort out the electronic timing, the problems we had with that electronic timing. It's a shame we haven't had any delays at all this week, very minor delays, and it would have to happen on the last evening. I do see some national flags gathering at the presentation end of the pool. So it looks like we may well be moving to a medal presentation just to continue to keep this competition ticking over. First medal presentation due on the men's 200 metres individual medley for the SM7 class. And that was due to be made after the men's 50 breaststroke SB3, which hasn't taken place. So we are moving on. In fact, it's the women's event. The women's 200 metres individual medley SM7 medal presentation.
Presenting the medals and gifts are Monsieur Richard Deschamps, membre du comité.
Of course, they had that disqualification in the first event, the men's race, so that may well still be subject to protest, which is why we're starting with the presentation of the women's race. No disqualifications, no protest for the women to concern themselves with. So we have the three medalists taking to the medal podium right now. The bronze medalist and another medal at these championships for Courtney Jordan of the USA. This time it's a bronze. She's been in great form, great freestyler. Saw her do the treble in the freestyle events, 50, 100 and 400 freestyle gold medalist. Courtney Jordan from the USA takes bronze in this individual medley. What a great swim from Brianna Nelson from Canada. Just for a moment we thought that she might just do enough. She was coming back with every stroke, but she claimed the silver medal for Canada. Just 0.3 of a second behind this young lady, 14 years of age, Nikita Howarth from New Zealand takes the gold medal. Nikita Howarth accepting that medal and the mascot.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
she becomes the fourth swimmer from New Zealand to take a gold medal at these championships. So again, here in Montreal, we'll hear the anthem of New Zealand.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship.
So the national anthem of New Zealand plays across the air. Howarth, Nelson, Jordan, the gold, silver and bronze medalists for that event. I did leave my station for what was a few minutes there to try and speak to judges or hear in the debate or any issues that we may have seen in the women's 100 metres freestyle S6. I can tell you there was no official time posted. The starting signal sounded correctly and activated the electronic scoreboard system we have in place. You can see the scoreboard right there on the screens, but unfortunately no time flicked away through the scoreboard and nothing was backed up. So there's no manual backup system here in terms of times, but it went to the place judges, and all the judges were in agreement. National teams have been in the meetings and they all agree with the placings. So it was a clean race and the positions will stand. If you remember, it was Simmons coming home first, Romano second and Groper in third. So that will come to you a little later on in terms of that medal ceremony. But here we have the men's 100 metres backstroke S9 medals right before us.
Lawrence McGivern from Ireland is the bronze medalist. And I don't know if he could have hoped for that bronze medal, but it was a fantastic swim. 104.75 for McGivern. And this young Irish team are performing really well here in Montreal. They've really stepped up at this championships. James Crisp from Great Britain takes a silver medal. Again back at the World Championships. First won this title back in 1998 in New Zealand. He's here in 2013. James Crisp is the silver medalist from Great Britain. He couldn't quite get on terms with Matthew Cowdrey from Australia. He is the champion again. Fantastic start from Matthew Cowdrey, getting him ahead of the field. An excellent turn. Again, regaining that lead for the Australian and hanging on as McGivern and Crisp came back strongly in the closing stages. But the gold goes to Matthew Cowdrey from Australia.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist.
So congratulations to Matthew Cowdrey. Great performance, 63.23 over 63.83 for James Crisp. James Crisp swam so well there on the left of the picture. Sporting some stripy goggle marks from swimming outdoors in the wonderful sunshine of Montreal.
Yeah, we've had all weathers this week. It's mostly been sunny and warm. But we had a couple of days, a few gusts of wind around, and one day in particular, thunder and lightning, heavy rain. And we were out in the elements that day, weren't we, Nick?
All hooded up. The canopy was removed, as it were. Our desk area wasn't earthed, so with all the electronics we had to get onto pool deck, but we carried on in the rain and that was good fun.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's 100-meter backstroke S9.
So this is the victory ceremony for the women's 100 metres backstroke S9.
Bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Elizabeth Smith.
Elizabeth Smith from the USA taking a bronze medal. Good bronze medal for her, 1:15.91 for the youngster. I think the two ages combined, the bronze and the silver medalists, add up to the age of the champion, but I don't think Stephanie Millwood will thank me for giving her age away. So there is the young Amy Maron, 15 years of age this week she was. My goodness, what an experience she'll take forwards between now and Rio. What can she do? Next stop really is Glasgow. 2015, we have another championship event to precede the next Paralympic Games. Amy Maron of Great Britain, the silver medalist. Well, there is Stephanie Millward of Great Britain. 110.56 over 110.98 for Maron. Stephanie Millward, the world champion, the gold medalist here in Montreal, with a beaming, beautiful smile as ever. I know Stephanie reasonably well. A great ambassador for the sport of swimming. And now the national anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever si possible pour l'hymne national de la Grande-Bretagne.
Well, I only have one question for Stephanie tonight, and that's, what toothpaste do you use? A sparkling smile there for a sparkling world champion, and a sparkly gold medal around her neck.
Three medalists. Stephanie Millward, didn't she do well? Holding off the youngsters. Amy Maron, her Great Britain teammate, and Elizabeth Smith from the USA. And these two youngsters will no doubt be around for a long time. Stephanie Millward, well, I'm sure she has her sights on Rio 2016, and of course working back, Glasgow 2015, the next World Championships. And of course the Commonwealth Games also in Glasgow in 2014. The target for some of the swimmers here in Montreal. Well, we are now moving on. Are we on to the next event, or are we on to a medal presentation? Start list for the men's 50 metres breaststroke SP3 final. Takayuka Suzuki is Takayuka Suzuki from Japan in line number 4. Breaststrokers at the presentation end of the pool. One length of the pool, 50 metres breaststroke. Of course, the classifications in Paralympic swimming. As we said a few times this week, no harm in just going over that again. 1 to 10 for swimmers with a physical impairment. Class 1 being the most severe, Class 10 being the least impaired. 11 to 13, swimmers with a visual impairment, with the S11 being swimmers who are totally blind, they have no vision. And 12 to 13 degrees of partial sight. And S14, swimmers with an intellectual disability. So we have swimmers here with a physical disability. Remember, S1 is the most severe. These are in the S3 class. So we have swimmers with affected in all 4 limbs, or certainly 3 out of 4 limbs severely affected. You may have multiple amputations, very high spinal impairments or cerebral palsy. So swimmers just making their way out onto pool deck. A little bit late because of that delay, but here come the finalists in the men's SB3 50 meters breaststroke.
Mesdames et messieurs, derrière les blocs des départs, il s'agit des finalistes de l'épreuve numéro 154, le 50 mètres brasse. Chez les messieurs, SB3 au championnat du monde de natation IPC 2013.
Yuki Suzuki goes in lane 4 for Japan, but Niccolò Benzi, first swimmer up in lane 1. Italy, Thomas Slavinka from the Czech Republic in 2. Michael Schoenmaker, gold medalist from London in 3. Takayuki Suzuki, gold medalist from Beijing in 4. Miguel Luque, the reigning world champion, in 5. Vasiliki Sakaris from Greece in 6. Alexander Lysikin from Russia in 7. And Gustavo Sanchez Martinez in 8 from Mexico. I'm sure you'll have a very loud support for Mexico, as all the Mexican swimmers have had this week. But 3 big names, all title winners in the centre lanes, lanes 3, 4 and 5. Schoenmaker, the gold medalist from London Paralympic Games last year. Suzuki, the gold medalist from the Beijing Paralympic Games in 2008. And Miguel Luque from Spain in lane 5. The world champion in 2010 and in 2006. He wants to make this a treble world championship title winning race. The Spanish swimmer in lane number 5. It's always a very, very tight race, this 50 metres breaststroke SB3. It has been the last few years, these guys going head to head.
Well, nice start there for lane number 4. Suzuki from Japan is the only man to break 50 seconds. 49.99 to qualify centre of the pool. The battle's really going to be between Luque and Schumacher. Schumacher in 3 and Luque in lane number 5. He's going very well at the moment, but as we can see, a full body length clear is Suzuki. Going very well also at the very top of the screen is Benzi. Benzi from Italy having a great performance this evening, but Suzuki is leading. Luque is trying to close him down in lane number 5. He's 1 lane up in the blue hat to the right of the screen, but it's still Suzuki leading now with about 7 metres to go.
Suzuki had a good start, but Luque coming back. Luque has got longer arms than Suzuki. Is it going to make a difference? Looks like Suzuki first to dive into the wall, and the world record holder gets it. 49.87. Suzuki wins the gold. It goes to Japan. Luque from Spain, the silver medalist, just 0.4 of a second behind, and a further half a second behind the Paralympic champion Michael Schoenmacher from the Netherlands. But Suzuki takes the goal for Japan, and he is delighted.
Well, I could hear his yell of delight. Yeah, he said twice through the air, and it was blistering through my headphones. Look at the margin there on the dive start. Absolutely awesome. He isn't the fastest swimmer. It was really about the start that gave him the advantage. In fact, I would say that his actual swim speed itself was a little bit slower than Luque. Miguel Luque in lane 5 for Spain. It was all about the start, and as we know, Luque has a longer reach for the finish. At this point here, he could have stole the show, but we saw the delight and heard the yells of delight from Suzuki there. The white hat in the middle in 4, bang, stopping the touch pads there and stopping them inside 50 seconds again. 49.87.
Yeah, just a touch faster than he went this morning. 49.87, and it's good enough for gold. Takayuki Suzuki, he's the winner from Japan. Another gold medal at these championships for the team from Japan. The result is confirmed. We do have a disqualification. Gustavo Sanchez Martinez for Mexico, but it doesn't affect the medal positions. Suzuki, Luque, Schoenmaker, that's the gold, silver and bronze. Well, we've caught up to the schedule, the race that we missed before those medal presentations. Looks like the electronic timing is back again and fully operational, so hopefully there will not be any further delays. A whole raft of 50-metre events coming up. Our next events in the pool, the 50 metres freestyle for men and women S10 and men and women S8. Not sure if we are going to head over to those finals now, or more medal presentations possibly.
Well, I can tell you that the medal ceremony for the women's 200 metres individual medley SM7, which was scheduled for 17:41 100 hours, 5:41, will take place a little later this evening. That'll be the first medal ceremony to take place after the next few finals. So we do look forward to more racing in just a moment or two. Stay with us. Do tell all your friends and family. You'll have to tell them quickly because it's the last night tonight about www.paralympicsport.tv. Live action here. Well, there is the final result of the women's 100 metres freestyle S6, which caused the delay. Simmons takes gold, Romano the silver, Grepper the bronze. We're going to see a repeat of the race, and there's the slow motion replay with the 8 competitors entering the waters. As I explained earlier, the issue was not with any of these swimmers. It was a clean race, no disqualifications. The only issue that took a long time was to confirm and double check the actual finishing places of these individuals. There was no electronic timings recorded. There were no placings recorded electronically. There was no manual backup to determine how fast these swimmers swam, and you can back up the time through the electronic timing system. So it's a secondary time that would be official if it had actually been backed up. So what's happened, the judges have gone to their professional eye. There are place judges always at the finish. All judges are in agreement. National teams have been in meetings. National teams agree. And so that lady right there, Ellie Simmons, is the world champion. There she is, congratulating her competitors. Ellie Simmons of Great Britain.
Well, we're not the judges, Nick, but to our eye, it was fairly clear who the first, second and third were. It wasn't really a blanket finish. There were fair gaps between the swimmers there, certainly in the gold, silver and bronze position, which is all important for the teams. And of course the lesser finishing positions are important to the individual swimmers too. But we do have those positions confirmed now. And the gold medal did go to Ellie Simmons of Great Britain, continuing this great run that she's had at these championships.
I wonder how fast she really did swim, Paul, because she qualified with a fairly comfortable 1:17.67, world record 1:13.33. But it is what it is. The next final, the men's 50 metres freestyle S10. 8 competitors line up. Andre Brazil from Brazil, well, he goes in lane number 4. Andre Brazil, he's the world record holder, 23.16. He's set that standard when he won the Paralympic title last year on the 31st of August in London. We're just waiting for the officials to come back to position because of the long discussions that they had. There was no real debate, no issues, just long discussions to make sure that those placings were placed correctly, as we saw the official results flash away from our screen a few moments ago for the women's 100 metres freestyle. So they're just taking a few moments to take their position, get their files ready, get their walkie-talkies ready, and we'll bring you live action in just a few moments. Stay with us.
We saw Nick, the world record holder there, Andre Brazil. That time stands at 23.16. Always billed the Ukrainian Maxim Varaksa as the fastest Paralympian in water, and his world record is only 22.99, so only just over 0.1 of a second, 0.17 of a second that Andre Brazil has to knock off, and that would be a great title for him to have. I think the 50 freestyle, the fastest stroke, and Maxim Varaksa has that title at the moment. So 22.99. I'm sure Andre Brazil would love to have that title of the fastest Paralympian in water as they progress to the Rio Games.
Again on hold.
Guys, just get me
So,
out. I just need.
Andre Brazil will go in the centre lane next to his teammate Felipe Rodrigues. The two Brazilians side by side, as they have been in many major championships over the past few years. Andre Brazil has dominated this event. He's a double world champion in 2006 and 2010, and a double Paralympic champion 2008 and 2012. He does appear to be unbeatable. Can anyone challenge the great Brazilian Andre Brazil? Representing Brazil, of course. David Lebec of Spain, the European champion, goes in 1. Lin Furon from China goes in 2. Dmitry Grigorev, great swim last night in the butterfly, goes in 3. And there is the great man, Andre Brazil, the world record holder, set in 2012. Next to his teammate, Felipe Rodrigues. And next to Rodrigues, Ian Silverman. Well, what can the American do? Better known for the longer distances, Justin Zook. He's very powerful too. The second American in lane 7. And Kevin Paul from South Africa goes in lane number 8. What can the South African do from the outside lane? Surely he cannot challenge the great man from Brazil, Andre Brazil. 23.16. Can he dip under the 23-second barrier? Can he become the fastest Paralympian in water? The men's 50 freestyle S10 is underway.
Andre Brazil from Brazil away in a blistering 0.66, but David Lebec of France is 0.64. Paul had a great start, 0.65. They're halfway down the pool already. It's just a great big wash, but we can see in the yellow cap, almost a gold cap of Andre Brazil from Brazil. Almost a full body length clear of Rodrigues in 5. Oh, look at the time, 23.37, just outside of his own world record, 23.16. Andre Brazil of Brazil takes gold. Fantastic performance. Rodrigues, well, wasn't he tough in second, 23.89. Silverman, the bronze unofficially from the USA, 24.52. What power off the starting block. Beautiful dive entry there. Cutting into the water like silk, really streamlined. Just a real dart of a man into the waters, getting the hands together, feet together, toes overlapping almost, cutting the same little hole with his fingers that the whole of his huge body went through. Great skills, and to hold skills with great power doesn't come easy. He's trained so many years to be the world champion once again. What long arms he has, my goodness. Perfect finish for the champion, Andre Brazil of Brazil.
Can that sub 23-second mark be far away? The winner is Andre Brazil from Brazil. He's the world champion. Felipe Rodriguez the silver, and Silverman the bronze. Now we move on. The next race is the 50 meters freestyle S10. Sophie Pascoe from New Zealand in lane number 4.
Jablonska goes in lane number 1 for Poland. A small team from Poland, 5 swimmers swimming very well here at these championships. Molenkamp in lane 2, well, she's from the Netherlands, we know that. Rayabova goes in 3 from the Russian Federation. Nina Rayabova, 29.01. It's a good qualification time. But that lady right there, Sophie Pascoe of New Zealand, a champion, a world record holder, 20.008. What can Elodie Lorandi do in 5 for France? Well, we'll know in just a moment. Rivard for Canada in 6, Downey in 7 for Australia. Oosterus completes the lineup in lane number 8. There she is for the Netherlands.
Sophie Pascoe, the world record holder, silver medalist at the London Paralympic Games. Elodie Lorandi, bronze medalist in London. Who is going to claim the gold here? The women's 50 freestyle S10 is underway, and a good start there from Chantal Molenkamp in lane number 2. Excellent start from the Netherlands swimmer, but Sophie Pascoe up and away in lane number 4 there. Very fast start also from Nina Ryabova from Russia, but Sophie Pascoe now coming through, and Lorandi coming through strongly at the end here. But Sophie Pascoe, it is going to be lane 4 from New Zealand. Let's have a look at the clock. It's under the 28-second mark. A new world record for Sophie Pascoe of New Zealand, and she has done it again. Sophie Pascoe is the champion in a new world record time. Well, great start there from Chantal Molenkamp in lane 2. Sophie Pascoe a little bit longer under the water and maybe didn't quite lead after the dive, but as soon as the race got to halfway, Sophie Pascoe showed her strength. Lorandi also came through strongly as she did in the 100 meters freestyle, and she touched in second in a new European record. And I can tell the home fans that Aurélie Rivard from Canada, she gets up into bronze medal position, the Canadian. But there's Sophie Pascoe forging ahead as the race goes past halfway, and in she comes to the finish. Lorandi about a stroke behind her. Sophie Pascoe claims it in a world record time, 27.78. That was quick. Lorandi second, new European record. Rivard in third position up there in lane number 6.
Yes, smashing the world record, her own world record by 1/3 of a second. 0.30, and that's a big margin to find down one length of the pool. So there's the official result. Pascoe with a new world record. Lorandi takes the silver with a new European record, and Rivard, well, a great bronze for Canada.
The finalists for the men's 50 meters freestyle S8, Tarasov and Lysenkov, the 2 Russians in the center lane. In lane 1, Zach McAllister, the home swimmer from Canada. Next to Hernenko from Ukraine. The second Canadian, Christopher Sargent-Sonos, goes in lane 3. Next to the world record holder, Denis Tarasov, and his teammate Konstantin Lysenkov, the Russian, in lane number 5. Charles Razoy was beaten in his favourite event of the 100 butterfly earlier this week. Can he come back? Blake Cochran, the Aussie, in lane number 7. And Jaime Galindo is in for Spain. He completes the lineup in lane number 8. So can the Canadians get into the medals here? Zach McAllister and Christopher Sargent-Sonos getting in as a reserve. Sargent-Sonos, what can he do in the final? You've got to be in it to win it. Here we go, the final of the men's 50 freestyle S8.
But a nice start from Tarasov. Denis Tarasov in 4 for the Russian Federation. He swam 26.00 this morning. almost a full second ahead of Lysenkov. Lysenkov in second, up there in the yellow lanes, but in the lead, and clearly in the lead, is Denis Tarasov. Denis Tarasov of the Russian Federation. Let's keep our eye on his world record, 25.82. He set it in London when he took the European. Whoa! 25.81. 1/100th of a second. He is the champion. Second, Lysenkov, 26.71. Razoy, Charles Razoy of France in third, 27.72. There's the dive start from lane 4, Tarasov. You see how they cut through the thin layer of water there, head down, almost sort of breaking out of a cocoon, really, with these Go Faster swim caps that cut through the waters. Very fast with his arm recovery here. After he's pulled back past the hips there, he's trying to have a high elbow recovery, keeping the hand close to the water, shoot those fingertips to full reach there, so he's got full stroke length, he's not chopping it short, and a great finish as well, right on the button at the end of his full arm length there, at the end of that 50 metres freestyle. S8.
IPC Swimming World Championship.
See the wash following the swimmers in as the 50 freestylers. That little wave that follows the swimmers as they touch the wall. The results of the men's 50 freestyle S8. Denis Tarasov knocks 1/100th off his own world record. Konstantin Lysenkov the silver, and Charles Razoy the bronze.
Representing the Netherlands, Robbie Panthers.
So here we have the next final. Romy Panthers in lane number 1 for the Netherlands. Morgan Bird in 2 for Canada. Vladi Kinar in 3 for the Russian Federation. Madison Elliott, she goes in 4 for Australia. Zhang in 5 for China. Istomina, she goes in lane number 6. Istomina's a big name from the Ukraine. There she is, and this lady right there, Amelia Winter, completes the lineup in lane 7 for Denmark. Elliott, she's the world record holder. Set that earlier this year, 30.28. What can the Canadian do about that? Bird in lane number 2, Morgan Bird of Canada, against the world record holder in 4.
Madison Elliott has to be the favourite for this one. Sensational 100 freestyle swim yesterday to beat the great Jessica Long. Vladi Kinar with 2 good legs, getting a great start. The Russian swimmer with a pink cap. But Madison Elliott looks supreme here. The Australian swimmer on great form at these championships. Vladi Kinar fighting now for second place with Zhang and Istomina. But there's no doubt about the winner. Let's watch the clock. It's just outside the world record time, but Madison Elliott takes the gold medal. The silver goes to Canada, to the delight of the home crowd. Morgan Bird in second position, and Istomina takes the bronze medal. But Madison Elliott, well, she has shown this week. She won the 100 freestyle. She wasn't the favourite to win that one. She was the favourite to win this 50 freestyle, and she delivered. And look at that lady in lane 2, the Canadian swimmer you just saw in your shot there. Morgan Bird finished really strongly for the silver. But Madison Elliott coming up there, really powerful as she gets into a stroke, breaking out there. And as they went past the 25, she was edging it. And Morgan Bird in the white cap of Canada was really out of the medals at that stage. Madison Elliott coming through there, the yellow cap of Australia, clear body length ahead, 4 swimmers all together, and Morgan Bird from Canada gets the silver. Istomina up there in lane number 6, taking the bronze. But there's no doubt about the winner, Madison Elliott. She set the world record earlier this year. She's followed that up with the world title here in Montreal. And there is Morgan Bird. She looks round. Where am I? Where did I finish? Oh, I've done it. Silver medal for Morgan Bird. You can just about all lip read that one, I think. But Madison Elliott is the champion. Morgan Bird takes the silver for Canada, and Katerina Istomina takes the bronze.
Yes, a good result for Istamina. Qualifying in lane number 6. I thought she would do well, and well, she did with that bronze. Here we have the men's 50 metres freestyle S5. 8 competitors line up. We will be bringing medal ceremonies a little later than scheduled this evening. We're banging on with the finals. One length of the pool, we'll see some big names. The first name we really should focus on is perhaps Daniel Dias in 4 for Brazil. He is the Paralympic champion. He is the world record holder, but we do actually step into a medal ceremony. Desperately trying to stay on schedule. It literally changes by the minute. I'm tapped on my shoulder to give new schedules, and I'm coming off the microphone to try and explain what's going on. We're trying to bring you as much racing as possible to keep this program moving, and so we are going to have a medal ceremony for the men's 100 metres freestyle S6.
As the medal presenters from the IPC Swimming Committee.
Bronze medalist representing Australia,
Matthew Hannapole from Australia. Well, he was in the outside lane, and what an excellent swim that was from the Australian. Definitely wasn't expected, but in these events here at the World Championships, if you are in the final, you have a chance, and that man from Australia proved just that. He takes the bronze medal behind Tellison Glock off Brazil. He swam well. 110.51 for the Brazilian. He really was very close to gold. But the man in the centre, the gold medalist, what a championship he has had. A new name that has come through on the world stage. Nelson Crispin from Colombia is the gold medalist and the champion in the men's 100 metres freestyle for the S6 class.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can.
We heard the Colombian national anthem for his teammate Moses Fuentes Garcia. Now we hear the anthem for Nelson Crispin.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist.
Second time we hear Colombian national anthem at these championships. It's great to see the spread of gold medals around the countries. The Colombians have really had an excellent event here. I've been surprised, certainly, about how successful they have been. They're ahead of many of the more traditional nations that we normally see in the medal table. 2 gold medals for the Colombian team so far. A victory ceremony for the women's 100 freestyle S6.
The victory ceremony for the women's 100 meter freestyle S6.
Another controversial race in many ways. The timing equipment not providing us with a timed result. But we were able to see here in the commentary box, and the judges were able to see the finishing order. Tanja Groper from Germany, she takes the bronze medal after the disappointment of the disqualification in the 50 freestyle. She's on the medal podium. Emanuela Romano from Italy takes the silver. Great performance from the Italian swimmers here at these championships. And she pushed the gold medalist hard, but she could not catch the champion. The champion again is Ellie Simmonds from Great Britain. She takes the gold medal for the 100 freestyle. And another mascot to add to the collection.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can for the national
Ellie Simmonds is the world champion again.
Veuillez s'il vous plaît vous lever si possible pour l'hymne national de la Grande-Bretagne. Well, ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist.
Ellie Simmonds takes the applause from her team. The gold to Great Britain, silver to Italy, and the bronze to Germany. Big smiles all round. I think all the teams will be happy with that. There was no doubt about the results. It was clear cut. The gold, silver and bronze were easy to pick out, not a problem at all. And the medals presented accordingly. The next presentation is the men's 50 metres breaststroke for the SB3 class.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 50-meter breaststroke SB3.
Titles in this event over the past few years have been shared by these three gentlemen on the medal podium. Michael Schoenmaker, the champion from London, is bronze medalist on this occasion. Congratulated by the Netherlands. Andre Katz presenting the medals. Miguel Luque from Spain. He is the silver medalist. He was coming back strongly in the closing stages of that race. Takayuki Suzuki had a great start from Japan. Thought the long arms of Miguel Luque might just do it at the end. But Suzuki from Japan had enough. And he was the only man to dip under the 50-second barrier. And the world record holder becomes the world champion, Takayuki Suzuki from Japan.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist.
Gold to Japan, Takayuki Suzuki. Takes another gold medal for the Japanese team. Keiichi Kimura, I saw yesterday over the last couple of days. Take 2 gold medals. And Takayuki Suzuki has taken the 3rd gold medal for the Japanese team. 3 gold medals places them, let's see, 16th in the medal table. Level on golds with Spain. The only two nations so far with 3 medals. Ukraine are unbeatable, I think. 31 gold medals for the team from Ukraine so far. The Russian Federation in second place in terms of gold medals. 19 golds, and Great Britain close in third. 17 gold medals for the Great Britain team. The men's 50-metre freestyle S5. 8 finalists, including Daniel Dias, the world record holder from Brazil. So the officials just replacing their chairs after the medal presentations. Of course, these 50-metre events all taking place at the presentation end of the pool. All races finishing at the opposite end of the pool from the presentations. This is just one length, so we have start up at that scoreboard end. The men's S5 50 freestyle. Again, S1 to S10 for swimmers with a physical disability. S5 right in the middle, bang in the middle there. So not the most severe, not the least impaired. We typically have swimmers who are affected in 3 limbs or have coordination problems or problems with their trunk.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
Daniel Dias from Brazil will be very much the favourite for this one.
Men's 50-metre freestyle S5 at the 2013 IPC Swimming World
Is
Championship.
a champion. Roy Perkins managed to get ahead of him earlier in the week in the 50 metres butterfly. So we'll see if the American can pull off another shock here at these championships.
In lane number 1, representing Denmark, Jonas Larsen.
Jonas Larsen, what a swim he had in the individual medley yesterday. Clodoaldo Silva from Brazil, the experienced Brazilian in 2. Talking about the experience, what about this man, Sebastian Rodriguez, the oldest swimmer here at the championships. Next to the world record holder, Daniel Dias. Roy Perkins from the USA. Can there be another shot for the USA swimmer? Andrew Mullen from Great Britain goes in 6. Next to James Scully from Ireland. And Moses Fuentes Garcia from Colombia in lane number 8. The world record held by Daniel Dias was set in the London Paralympic Games. 32.05, very fast time for Daniel Dias. Can he challenge that record mark? He's the reigning world champion, the reigning Paralympic champion, the Brazilian in lane 4. Can Rodriguez, Perkins or Mullen challenge him? There's Andrew Mullen. And it's a good start from Daniel Dias, right in the centre there. Sebastian Rodriguez getting away well, closer to us there, the blue cap of Spain. But Daniel Dias now being challenged by Roy Perkins. Roy Perkins really giving the world record holder a good battle here as they come into the last 10. It's Perkins and Daniel Dias side by side, but Dias is just going to be strong enough to get the goal for Brazil. Dias gets it, 32.41, but he was made to work all the way by the American Roy Perkins. Sebastian Rodriguez in 3rd and Clodoaldo Silva 4th, Andrew Mullen in 5th position. But Daniel Dias, he started well. Rodriguez, the first into his stroke, the Spanish swimmer with the blue cap. Daniel Dias had a lead over Roy Perkins. He's got that one good leg that he gets propulsion from, the Brazilian swimmer. into his stroke there. But as the race progressed, surprisingly, Roy Perkins started to come back at the great Brazilian, just as he did in the 50 metres butterfly earlier this week. And we thought for a second, can Perkins do it again? But Daniel Diaz, well, he just about was strong enough coming into the last couple of metres, stretching for the wall, 32.41, around about 0.3 of a second outside his own world record mark. But that was closer than he would have thought it would have been. Perkins second, Rodriguez third, and they're followed in by Silva and Mullen. Daniel Diaz, he is the champion again. Daniel Diaz takes gold for Brazil. Roy Perkins the silver for USA. Sebastian Rodriguez bronze for Spain. The finalists for the women's 50 metres freestyle S5. Kathleen Engelhardt from Hungary goes in lane 1. In lane 2, Anita Fatis from France. And in 3, Inbal Pizarro from the Israeli team. The two Ukrainians in the centre lanes, Victoria Savtsova in lane 4, Natalia Prologaeva in lane number 5. They are going to be tough to beat. Joanna Maria Silva always has a good start, the Brazilian in lane number 6. Simone Fragoso from Portugal in 7. And Alicia Guilamas from the USA, with that very colourful towel, in lane number 8. The world record holder, Teresa Perales, not here, but a good start off the block by Victoria Savtsova. She's a swimmer with cerebral palsy. She's affected in all 4 limbs. She has a permanent tremor. But she is going really well here ahead of her teammate Natalia Prologaeva. Savtsova hanging on, but Prologaeva coming back in the closing stages. Prologaeva now with the long arms and the blue cap of Ukraine, but her young teammate is going to hold her off. Savtsova coming into the final 2 metres. She takes the gold. 35.89, just 1/100 outside the world record mark held by Teresa Perales, and Prologaeva the silver, and Joanna Maria Silva takes the bronze for Brazil ahead of Inbal Pizarro. But 35.89, Savtsova, well, she has difficulty controlling all 4 limbs there, but look at the length of that stroke on the freestyle. Great dive there. Oh, maybe not got the streamlining as she hit the water there, but real kind of windmill style there of that freestyle for Savtsova. Prologaeva coming back in the closing stages, but the youngster Savtsova, well, she just about had enough. The 15-year-old against the 32-year-old, and it was the 15-year-old that managed to prevail in the end. There wasn't much in it, and it was very close to the world record held by Teresa Perales, just 1/100th outside. The gold and silver go to Ukraine, and there's Joanna Maria Silva coming in for the bronze for the team from Brazil, just ahead of Inbal Pizarro in lane number 3. Savtsova, she takes it. The youngster is the gold medalist. It's gold and silver to Ukraine, Savtsova and Prologaeva, the bronze to Brazil. The finalists for the men's 50 metres butterfly S3. Ioannis Kostakis for Greece goes in lane 3. Next to Dimitro Vinohradets, one of the most successful swimmers here at these championships, the world record holder in this event. Can Mikael Fredriksson make an improvement and challenge the great Ukrainian swimmer? Going in from the side, Alex Shechnik. Well, this is a combined event, and Alex Shechnik, he is an S2 swimmer, and he is the world record holder in the S2 class. So we have 2 world records to watch out for. And that's the S2 swimmer going for his own world record mark, 121.71. Vino Radet's world record for the S3 class, 56.94. So we will have only one set of medals, even though it is a combined classification. But we do have world records to look out for. Vino Radet being held there. In fact, that's Kostakis there in lane number 3. Vino Radet's being held face down. It's a test already as this start is delayed. That cannot be helping the Ukrainian swimmer. Kostakis flips over straight away. He had a good idea there. He was able to take some air in, waiting for that start. Vino Radet's into his stroke. We'll watch out for Stechnik up there at the top of your screen. But a good start from Mikael Fredriksson, the 22-year-old from Sweden. Now I thought he may well challenge Vino Radet's, but Vino Radet's has been on great form at these championships. A handful of gold medals already to his name, half a dozen gold medals to the Ukrainian, the great Ukrainian swimmer. And the only one to challenge him in the early stages, Fredriksson, has gone by the wayside now. The only thing we're looking out for is the world record mark, 56.94. That's the record mark. Can Vino Radet's get inside it? It's looking good for the Ukrainian. It's going to be a record, surely. It is 55.78. Vino Radet's breaks his own world record by almost a second, by over a second in fact. And the silver, well, very close for the silver medal position. Fredriksson just gets it, the Swede. And in third position, Kostakis, just 0.3 of a second behind. Let's keep an eye on the clock now. Chechny's chasing his own mark of 121.71. The swimmer from Slovenia, 125.37. Not today for Alice Sechnik from Slovenia. There's the start. Fredriksson, no use of his arms at all, but he does get some propulsion from his legs. There's Vino Radet's being held by his coach. Straight into that stroke there, the Ukrainian swimmer. Keeping his head down, an excellent butterfly style. This man has no power in his legs whatsoever and limited use of his arms. You just see the effect that his disability has as his hands enter the water there. But Vino Radet comes up behind Fredriksson. A great start from the Swede, and that helped immensely for him to claim the silver medal. But Vino Radet comes home for a new world record, a gold medal and a world championship title. We are waiting for confirmation of the result. Vino Radet, the world champion as it stands. We will have a disqualification here. Hopefully it will not affect the medal positions. Just waiting for that official result as the swimmers exit the water. And there's a disqualification on the scoreboard there. Alice Sechnik, the S2 swimmer, has been listed as a DQ. Just see on the scoreboard. So if that DQ is confirmed, then it will not affect the medal positions. The top three will remain as they are: Vino Radet, Fredriksson and Kostakis. The result is confirmed. Vino Radet takes gold in a new world record time. Fredriksson the bronze, Kostakis the bronze. Let me start that again. Vino Radet takes gold for Ukraine, Fredriksson the silver and Kostakis the bronze. The women's 50 metres butterfly S3, 3 Mexicans in the centre of the pool. Now 2 Italians in this one. Serena Scipioni in lane number 1, next to her teammate Gwila Gadola. Russian swimmer Alexandra Agafonova is in between the Italians and the 3 Mexicans, Patricia Valle, Hadia Viviana Echeves Perez and Fabiola Ramirez. They're the 3 Mexicans. Vera Tam, saw her swimming an excellent breaststroke for Germany, and Kayla Wheeler, the only swimmer in the S2 class. And we have 2 world record holders in this one, Patricia Valle in lane number 4 and that swimmer Kayla Wheeler in lane number 8. Kayla Wheeler, the record holder in the S2 class. That stands at a time of 1:30.57. Patricia Valle's record was only set this year, and that stands at a time of 56 seconds dead. There's Kayla Wheeler. Can she challenge that record time? 1:30.57. It is a combined event, so there is only 1 set of medals, but we will keep our eye on Kayla Wheeler up there in lane number 8 to see if she can get close to the world record that she holds for the S2 class. So, the world record holder for the S3 class, Patricia Valle. She is stretching away at the front of the field. Her 2 Mexican teammates either side of her. In fact, it's Agafonova from Russia in lane number 3, challenging for the bronze medal position. Echeves Perez in the white cap there of Mexico, clear in the silver medal position at the moment. But Patricia Valle, she's an experienced swimmer. A number of world championships she has done, certainly since the late 1990s, and she's going to come in for gold there. Patricia Valle takes it, 57.95. A great time for Patricia Valle, and her teammate Echeves Perez is going to get the silver medal, 107.40, with Agafonova the bronze medal for Russia. Patricia Valle, she was the champion in Eindhoven 3 years ago. She has retained that title. Again, the medals go to Mexico in gold and silver position. Echeves Perez getting the silver and Agafonova the bronze, and that reverses the positions that they finished in the 2010 World Championships. Kayla Wheeler from the USA, the lowest class swimmer, coming in here. She's not going to challenge her record of 1:30.57. She touches the clock, 1:47.6. In fact, it's an America's record for Kayla Wheeler. So Kayla Wheeler getting a fast time, but Patricia Valle, well, she wasn't ahead from the start. Agafonova and Echeves Perez starting from the blocks. They got a better start than Patricia Valle, as you would have expected. But once we got underway into the swim, the experienced campaigner Patricia Valle forged ahead of the 2 youngsters, 20-year-old Echeves Perez and the 19-year-old Agafonova. And Patricia Valle touching clear in first position, almost 10 seconds ahead of second position Echeves Perez, just coming into shot now. And Agafonova, similar disabilities, both finishing this 50 butterfly with their heads. Agafonova in third position, but Patricia Valle using her arm to great effect. And there's Kayla Wheeler. Not much function at all there in both her legs and arm. No function whatsoever. And that good arm, so to speak, is also has an impairment. And she comes in now, touching in 1:47.60. Kayla Wheeler. And America's record for the S2 class. Just waiting for the confirmed result. We do have a disqualification on the scoreboard that we can see, but it doesn't affect the medal positions. In fact, 2 disqualifications are being listed on the board. But the top 3 look like they are safe and confirmed in their medal positions. Patricia Valley, we were talking earlier in the week, but I think she certainly swam in the World Championships, the second World Championships IPC swimming had in 1998 in New Zealand. She may well have swam in the first one in 1994 in Malta. Very few swimmers who have swum in all the IPC World Championships. Sasha Kindred from Great Britain certainly is one. Patricia Valley may well be another, but there are not many left. And they've been around for a number of years and still going strong. Sasha Kindred, a gold medalist, and we've just seen Patricia Valley, also a gold medalist. Patricia Valley just about hopefully being confirmed. These results, we still haven't got the official result yet. We do have 2 disqualifications. Hopefully there will be no others for us to concern ourselves with. So
I repeat, the medal ceremony for event number 148, the men's 200-meter individual medley SM7 will be held right after
swimmers that we are looking for disqualifications. Looks like it's lane 1 and lane 6 as we appear on the scoreboard. Doesn't affect the medal possessions. Patricia Valley, Diana Chaves Perez and Alexandra Agafonova. I'm not sure what the delay is exactly. It's hopefully the timing system is not going to delay us any further. I'm just waiting for those results. Of course, it had to happen on the final night.
Murphy's Law, as they say, Paul. We've had such a smooth week, really. That's all happening tonight. And officials just deciding exactly where to put quite a number of medal ceremonies. I've just been handed the latest sheet.
Bring us back a coffee, mate, when you can.
Well, even with the slight delays, it's still a party atmosphere here at the Jean Drapeau facility. We hope you've been enjoying the live action here, and we hope that you will join us again over the years at ParalympicSport.tv. And of course, you can still send us your thoughts on Facebook or Twitter. As Paralympic sport continues to grow year on and year out. www.ParalympicSport.tv. Go, Amy, go. I can read that.
Times on the scoreboard are official. Congratulations to Patricia Valle from Mexico, world champion for the women's 50-meter butterfly S3.
Ellie Simmons, top left-hand corner of the screen there. Well, she has a superstar face. Relaxed young lady now in the stands with friends from around the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the pool deck the competitors for the finals of event number.
Well, there we have 3 disqualifications. Valley the gold, Agafonona the silver, Tam the bronze, but 3 disqualifications. Very unfortunate. Now we have the men's 200 metres individual medley SM14. Well, watch out for Mark Evers. Here's the lineup, the Canadian. Russelli goes in lane number 1. Ben Proctor goes in lane number 2 for Great Britain. Sviderson goes in 3 for Iceland. Mark Evers, a world record holder, a Paralympic champion. He loves the individual medley. Zung in 5 for Korea. Jack Thomas in 6 for Great Britain. Daniel Pepper in 7 for Great Britain. And another Canadian, Adam Reher, in lane number 8 to complete the lineup. But Mark Evers, 5.5 seconds clear of his nearest rival, Zung, in lane number 5. Evers swimming 2:14.97. And I was standing high in the gantry looking down on his performance this morning. He was not flat out, and I really think the world record could go this evening.
The men's 200 metres individual medley SM14. It's one of these events just been reintroduced to the World Championship programme. Not a Paralympic event last year in London. There were only 3 events for the S14 class. It's a brand new one here at these World Championships. Who is going to be the first world champion in this event? I can't see past Mark Evers, but at the moment, going well is up there, Ben Proctor in lane number 2 for Great Britain, and Dan Pepper, I thought it was actually, but it was his teammate, Ben Proctor, who are leading them into the butterfly leg. Evers handily placed between the 2 Great Britain swimmers, but really doing well on the backstroke leg.
Really doing well, Mark Evers, and he does love the breaststroke. Already taken a gold medal in the men's 100 metres breaststroke here earlier in the week. He's so powerful this year. He's been promising to deliver at the highest world level, and he delivered last year in London. He's going to deliver again here for sure. He's going to be a world champion again. He's had numerous medals, 61, 78. He's really quick. Proctor in 2nd and Thomas in 3rd. So Great Britain going very, very well for silver and bronze, but a great margin of difference between Mark Evers and really the rest of the world. Evers to the right is completely out of the frame. He's so far clear of the rest of the world. 2:14.97 for him this morning. We can see the charge up there in lane number 7. Daniel Pepper, well, he's a breaststroke specialist, so now Pepper for Great Britain trying to surge ahead into a very strong silver medal position. And there, turning for home, is Mark Evers of the Netherlands. Can he break the world record now? He digs in down the final length.
Well, he's got 5 seconds on Dan Pepper. Great swim from Dan Pepper from Great Britain there to get him into 2nd position there. And he's trying to hang on in the freestyle leg, but there is no way on earth he's going to catch this man, Mark Evers. Dan Pepper digging in really, really hard there. He's hanging on against Jangmook Jung from Korea, but the winner is Mark Evers, 2:12.37. The silver is going to go to Dan Pepper of Great Britain, and the bronze also to Great Britain, Ben Proctor, with an excellent swim there, 2:18.43 for Ben Proctor. The 2 Great Britain swimmers sneak into the medal positions, but there was no way they were going to catch the all-conquering Mark Evers from the Netherlands.
Yes, he's put on a lot of power, a little bit more muscle this year after all the hard work that he's been doing. He looks even taller. He says he isn't, but he's heavier and more powerful. Now, the interesting thing here, and you've rightly said, Paul, this is a new event, but I did see this morning that the world record, or it may have been the world best perhaps, was written written down as 2:13.33 comes to mind. That's not in front of us right here with the lineup for these finalists, but it could well be a new world standard. They would have to go under a recognised best performance, and if they go under that standard, it will be a new world record. So we may be able to check on that, because it is inside the standard, I believe, right there. So we could be looking at an official new world record for that event. Mark Evers, the champion.
No one else in shot as Mark Evers comes through. Dan Pepper and Ben Proctor. Dan Pepper at the top, Ben Proctor at the bottom. The two old teammates from the Great Britain team. Been in the team for about 10 years or so. And they both are in the medals. There's Ben Proctor and the two Canadians in the outside lane, 7th and 8th, Roussel and Ray here. The result is confirmed. Mark Evers is the champion, Pepper the silver, Proctor the bronze. Start list for the final of the women's 200 metres individual medley, SM14.
Fowler goes in lane number 1 for Australia. Chloe Davies in 2 for Great Britain. Clark will go in 3 for Australia. The whistle's already sounded. We're trying to crack on with this final. Colt goes in 4 for the Netherlands. Applegate in 5 for Great Britain. Tortas in 6 for the Netherlands. Corrie in 7 for Australia. Lindberg in 8 for Sweden.
Marlou van der Kolk, the favourite for this one, the Netherlands swimmer, gold medalist at these championships already. Can she be challenged by Great Britain's Jessica Jane Applegate? Great start there for Jessica Jane Applegate. She will be the stronger if she is in contention when they come to the freestyle leg. But Marlou van der Kolk from the Netherlands will be strong in the middle part of this race. Applegate will lead after the butterfly leg. Just ahead of, from Australia, Taylor Corrie up there in lane number 7, 31.75 for the Australian, is almost a second behind Applegate. Van der Kolk in 3rd, the second Australian, Kayla Clark, in 4th.
Van der Kolk going well, but Chloe Davies trying to chase her down. We're seeing the leaders at the moment, and they're head-to-head as well. All the others bunching up, trying to get back into contention for the medals, but the medals are shared across those 3 swimmers. The black cap, the blue cap, and the yellow cap. Well, the blue cap is of Great Britain. Jessica Jane Applegate in lane number 5. She's just in 2nd place, first over Van der Kolk. Applegate, Corrie, that's the 1, 2, 3 at halfway.
Well, can Jessica Jane Applegate stay in contention with Marlou van der Kolk? Van der Kolk is going to get away on this breaststroke leg, but Jessica Jane Applegate is a supreme finisher on the freestyle leg. Taylor Corrie really going well for Australia up there in lane number 7. And also coming back, Kayla Clark, the second Australian, there in lane number 3. Marlou van der Kolk, she is going to have a big lead when she comes onto this freestyle leg. Will it be enough to hold off Jessica Jane Applegate? Applegate really wants that wall to come so she can get onto her favourite freestyle, but it's a big margin to make up. Clark in 2nd, 3.5 seconds behind Van der Kolk. Davis has come through to 3rd.
Tota's going very well at the top of the picture, though. We're into the closing stages now. Lane number 4. Marlou van der Kolk of the Netherlands going to come home for gold. This is the final lap, and here's a real battle now. Applegate trying to dig in lane number 5. Applegate digs in again. Applegate now into silver. Applegate finishing really strong, but the gold goes to Marlou van der Kolk of the Netherlands. 2:30.77 for her. 2nd place, Jessica Jane Applegate, and 3rd, the fast finishing Chloe Davies of Great Britain.
Well, we knew that Jessica Jane Applegate would come through strongly at the end, but she had too much to do against Marlou van der Kolk. The Dutch swimmer really used the power in the middle of that 200 metres individual medley. Backstroke and breaststroke are her specialities. Jessica Jane Applegate came through the field. She lost a lot of ground on the breaststroke, but She came through on the freestyle to claim the silver, but this is where Van der Kool really put on the pressure on the backstroke leg. The Australians were going well. Kayla Clark and Taylor Corey were going excellently in the outside lanes for Australia, but by the time they got to the breaststroke to freestyle turn, Van der Kool was 3.5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, and it was always going to be impossible to catch the Netherlands swimmer. She comes home to claim the gold medal for the Netherlands. There's the result. Marlo van der Kool takes the gold medal, Applegate silver, and Davis the bronze for Great Britain.
Well, it does take your breath. Here we have the men's 200 metres individual medley SM11. So 4 lengths of the pool once again, 1 on each stroke.
Herrera goes in 1 for Colombia, Zalewski in 2 for Ukraine, Donovan Tilsley, the home favourite from Canada, in 3, Maschenko in 4 from Ukraine, in 5 Israel Oliver from Spain, Kaiichi Kimura, can he add to Japan's medal tally tonight, in lane 6, and Taron Drake from USA in 7. Well, it's quick fire here in Montreal, Nick. Bozong Yang from China, the world record holder, not taking the start here. 2:22.40, that record set in London last year at the Paralympic Games.
Maschenko getting good height and reach there. We could see from his blocks he's still underwater now. He pops up. That was a fantastic start. We're going slightly better. Israel Oliver into his first stroke. That breakout stroke, so important, has to be long and powerful, and he's in the lead. Maschenko is in second, the swimmer nearest to us. Lane number 6, Kimura, going very well for Japan there at the top with the white cap, and perhaps extending his lead now as we approach that first turn. Oliver of Spain.
Good butterfly leg from Israel Oliver. Maschenko, it's a very strong breaststroker, Maschenko, so watch him to come back on the breaststroke, as is Kimura. So Israel Oliver will be hoping to get a big lead there on this backstroke leg. Donovan Tilsley coming back into contention now. The Canadian swimmer in lane number 3, Donovan Tilsley, a medalist at the last World Championships in this event, silver medalist in 2010. Now coming through into the silver medal position here in Montreal. There's the tappers. Very important there, these swimmers with no vision. They're wearing blacked out goggles. Israel Oliver, he leads them into halfway. Donovan Tilsley, the home favourite from Canada, in second position. And the 2 breaststrokers will be hoping to make an impression there. That's Maschenko and Kimura.
Donovan Tilsley having the swim of his life, well into the medals. Maschenko, Alexandra Maschenko of the Ukraine, extending his lead though on this very technical breaststroke length. Tilsley being caught a little bit. Oliver, I should say, is the individual that's demonstrating a clear lead and good breaststroke skills. Maschenko was closing down Tilsley. It's going to be an interesting final few metres, and we can see Maschenko there in second, but still in the medals for Canada. Donovan Tilsley. Donovan Tilsley now, though, falling back a little bit. Lane number 5, Oliver Israel, Maschenko. Well, those are the 2 guys that could well be the Canadian into the medals. Oliver's going to take gold for Spain. He's home in 2:25.90. There's the battle for the remaining medals. Who's going to get there? Maschenko takes the silver for the Ukraine. A good race. Kimura the bronze. Donovan Tilsley just outside the medals. Disappointing for him, but a great performance, of course. Great down the breaststroke length he was, Tilsley for Canada, but there is the champion.
A pretty even start there. These swimmers, remember, S11 swimmers with no vision at all. They are totally blind. Israel Oliver Really dominated that from the early stages. He was ahead on the butterfly and just really swam away from the rest of the field. Maschenko came through on the breaststroke leg, and that's the finish. Ukrainian swimmer there. And there's Israel Oliver. It's a European record for the Spanish swimmer. Excellent swim there, 2:25.90. Maschenko just with a tapper there ahead of Kimura. Not much in that. And Donovan Tilsley, well, he gave his all on the backstroke leg, got him back into contention. The two breaststrokers came back on the Canadian during the breaststroke leg, and Donovan Tilsley just didn't have enough to hang on. Fourth place for the Canadian, Donovan Tilsley. The gold goes to Spain, silver to Ukraine, and the bronze to Japan. We are just waiting for confirmation of the result. The swimmers being checked. Their blacked out goggles getting checked by the officials. And once they are satisfied that they are correct, then we will be able to bring you an official result. But as it stands, Israel Oliver is the gold medalist and world champion in a new European record time, 2:25.90. The officials look like they are happy with the goggles. The result is confirmed. Israel Oliver is the world champion. Maschenko the silver, Kimura the bronze, Donovan Tilsley in fourth. The women's 200 metres individual medley for the SM11 class. Daniela Schulte and Mary Fisher go head-to-head in 4 and 5.
Yes, here is the lineup. Berezna goes in lane number 1 for the Ukraine.
In lane number 1, representing Ukraine,
Martinez is next to her for the USA.
representing the United States of America, Leticia Martinez.
Pudubna, well, she's in 3 for the Ukraine. So 2 Ukrainians in this final. Schulte goes in 4 for Germany. Very successful competitor. And so is this lady, Mary Fisher, in 5 for New Zealand. Richard goes in lane 6 for Sweden. Baez from Argentina in 7. And for Japan in lane number 8. Complete the lineup. Ono right there.
Daniela Schulte, she is the reigning world champion. She dominated this event until the New Zealander Mary Fisher came along on the scene in the London Paralympic Games. Mary Fisher taking that title in London in a new world record time, 2:46.91. We'll keep an eye on the clock because Mary Fisher has been sensational at these championships. A number of great swims from the New Zealand swimmer Mary Fisher. So her time that she is aiming for in London, 2:46.91, but there is of course the small matter of beating the others in this field. And Daniela Schulte, the German, the reigning world champion, she is not going to be beaten easily.
No, she certainly isn't. Swimming extremely well here, and we can see as she approaches the turn there, 5 metres away from the wall in lane number 5, Mary Fisher. 34.72, Martinez in second, Schulte in third, 2.06 seconds down on the leader. Mary Fisher of New Zealand, beautifully balanced there with her backstroke. You can see how she's breathing in on the one arm and out on the other, very controlled with her breathing, very rhythmic, keeping the line of water around her face with an open chin position. That head needs to be fixed to stabilise the upper body. If that head's nodding around all over the place, the body's all over the place. So, again, great technique here on the world stage. She's still leading. Lane number 5, Mary Fisher. This is the turn, a touch turn. Sometimes you see a head over heels somersault. The backflip, as it were, breaking out there very nicely, some 7 metres down the pool. You're allowed to do 1 pull on breaststroke and 1 kick, and then you have to be up, you have to have surfaced, and you have to be swimming. Chasing her down, though. Here comes Schulte in 4. Mary Fisher still in the lead. Is it going to be enough?
Well, Mary Fisher under world record pace there. Daniela Schulte just about on her own European record pace. But Mary Fisher coming away now on the breaststroke. Daniela Schulte not really making much of an impression, not as much as she would have liked. Leticia Martinez from the USA is in third, ahead of Marina Podobna as they went over onto the breaststroke leg. But Mary Fisher now, let's watch the split. When she set the world record, it was 208.95. She has slipped slightly, 209.94. But Mary Fisher on her way home now. Daniela Schulte, the great German swimmer, chasing the New Zealander. But Mary Fisher has been excellent on the freestyle leg. She is a swimmer with no vision, as is Daniela Schulte. And the German swimmer right in the centre of the lane, whereas Mary Fisher up against the lane ropes there. Schulte coming back very strongly there. Very, very strong swim from the German, but I think she's going to leave it too late. Fisher really struggling on the lane ropes, and Schulte pulling back with every stroke, but it's going to be gold for New Zealand. 250.25. The silver to Germany, 250.77. And it looks like lane 6, is it Maya Ricard coming through for Sweden into the bronze medal position. The breaststroke champion picked up well in the second half of that race. But the real fight at the front, it was Mary Fisher and Daniela Schulte. And Mary Fisher, well, I thought for a second there, Nick, she was on the ropes. Daniela Schulte right down the middle. Daniela Schulte pulling back all the time. But this time it was Mary Fisher who had enough of a lead to hang on to the end. It happened in the 400. Schulte was ahead and Fisher came back strongly at the end. This time it was the opposite.
Yeah, so reverse the tables. That's the dive start. You can see to 15 metres. In fact, Schulte was in the lead, but quite quickly there, Fisher took over. The champion in the butterfly. I was most impressed with Ricard. Ricard at the end of the breaststroke length. That's Mary Fisher leading, but Ricard got into contention. She was in third for the very first time and kept that momentum going down the last length to take bronze. But here's gold and silver, and to the wall by 2 arm strokes. It's Mary Fisher of New Zealand. Schulte the silver. A nice close-up shot there showing you how close it is. Perhaps didn't need to take that extra arm stroke there. Daniela Schulte could have kept that momentum going to the wall. It takes an extra 3/4 tenths of a second to finish that extra pull underwater and get it recovering over the top to get onto the pads. But nonetheless, great racing. Ricard in bronze, Schulte in silver, Fisher in gold, but we have to wait for the results to be official, because once again, as always in this event, the 200 metres individual medley SM11 goggles have to be checked because they are completely blacked out, so there is no light perception. These swimmers are completely blind but often have some light perception, so that's the reason why goggles are blacked out. And there's the result. It is official. Fisher takes gold, Schulte the silver, Ricard the bronze.
Any guesses where that takes New Zealand in the medal table, Nick? Where do you think that takes New Zealand in the medal table?
Well,
have a guess.
4th.
Correct.
Oh! Hey! And that really is without looking.
Ukraine, Russia, Great Britain, New Zealand. Ahead of the USA, ahead of Australia,
incredible.
Ahead of Brazil.
Congratulations, New Zealand. Awesome performance here in Canada. New sports scientists working with them. In fact, sports scientist Jodie Costa moving across from Great Britain to New Zealand, enjoying the sunshine there, I'm sure. So, national team of New Zealand doing a fantastic job here in Montreal.
Presenters are out for the men's 50 metres freestyle S10. Ian Silverman, the new star from the USA, burst onto the scene at the London Games last year. He's continued that good form. Medals in the 50, the 100 and the 400 freestyle. He's only a young man. He's got a long way to go. He'll be around for a while and he will be a force. Felipe Rodriguez from Brazil. Had an excellent swim there, Rodriguez. Challenged his teammate in the early stages, Andre Brazil, but could not quite hold off the man who bears the name of his country. That man is the world record holder and the world champion again for the third time in a row in this event. Andre Brazil takes the gold medal in that time of 23.37. Surely it cannot be long before he dips under that 22-second mark and becomes the fastest Paralympian in water.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can for the national anthem.
It's gold for Andre, gold for Brazil, and he'll enjoy the national anthem.
The wonderful tune, the national anthem of Brazil, enjoyed by both these countrymen. Courage, determination and victory has towered above us on the banners above the medal ceremony podium. These gentlemen have all of that and more. Sport is a great leveller for life, taking on the ups and downs, the successes and the failures, followed by success again. You certainly know what it feels like to win after perhaps a knockback, and that is needed in life to push on through many obstacles or curveballs that are thrown at you. Sport, a great leveller for life.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's 50-meter freestyle S10.
So here we have the women's 50 meters freestyle S10 medal ceremony in front of us. And that young lady is Rivard of Canada, 28.87 this evening for the one-length freestyle, the bronze medalist for Canada.
Silver medalist representing France, Elodie Laurandi.
Médaillé d'argent représentant
Elodie Laurandi with a new European record from France, 28.35. Congratulations to her.
Gold medalist and world champion representing New Zealand, Sophie Pascoe.
There is Sophie Pascoe of New Zealand with that massive world record, 27.78, a third of a second inside of what was her own world record anyway, but that's a huge margin to smash it down inside 28 seconds for the first time. 0.30 of a second inside is a massive margin. It's a massive gold medal. A great world champion. And now, the national anthem of New Zealand.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, vos médaillés des championnats du monde.
Hugs and kisses shared there on the podium between Rivard, Laurandi and Pascoe. Great smiles, having their photographs taken by the world's media. They'll be streamed all across the world, of course, to media desks back at their respective homes. And there will be household names back in their own countries, locally, superstars, and no doubt nationally recognised as superstars as well. So, another victory ceremony, the men's 50 metres freestyle S8.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 50-meter freestyle S8.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise de médailles du 50 mètres libre chez les messieurs S8.
Bronze medalist representing France, Charles Rozoy.
Charles Rozoy of France taking the bronze, 27.72. And receiving the mascot there. It's a beaver. The mascot's name is Beaver. We found that out for you earlier in the week. And there is Lysenkov of the Russian Federation, 26.71. A very solid silver medal performance for him.
Gold medalist and world champion representing
Konstantin Lysenkov, the silver medalist, and this man, his teammate Denis Tarasov, with a new world record, 25.81. Congratulations to him. Tarasov and of course Lysenkov will now both enjoy the national anthem of Russia.
Messieurs, veuillez vous lever si possible pour l'hymne national de la Russie.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your world championship medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, vos médaillés des championnats
Tarasov,
du monde.
Lysenkov, Rozoy. Medalists here in Montreal. They will remember this moment in time forever and ever. And they will tell their stories to their children and their grandchildren in time to come as they mature through life. Let's hope they all stay with this sport and may move into management, coaching, physiotherapy, lots of opportunities to stay involved. You don't have to be a competitor, of course. So moving on to the medal ceremony for the women's 50 metres freestyle S8.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles de l'épreuve du 50 dames S8.
Bronze medalist representing Ukraine, Katerina Istomina.
Médaillé de bronze représentant l'Ukraine,
Istomina, the bronze medalist from the Ukraine, 31.75 in the waters earlier on, just 0.02 of a second away from Morgan Bird, taking the silver for Canada.
Silver medalist
Katerina Istomina, the bronze medalist. There's Morgan Bird. Lots of shouts and cheers and claps for that young lady from Canada. 31.73 for silver. Thank you, she says. Thank you very much again. Congratulations to Morgan Bird, the silver medalist.
Representing Australia, Madison Elliott.
Médaillée d'or et championne du monde représentant l'Australie, Madison
Elliott of Australia. She really is a rising star. Well, she's risen to the top of the podium right here in Montreal, in Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise in
Madison Elliott, the world champion, and she will now enjoy the national anthem of Australia.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalists.
Congratulations, Australia. Congratulations, Madison Elliott. We're just 6 races away from concluding these World Championships, but of course more medals after those races as well. So do stay with us for the live action here, brought to you by the host broadcaster in Montreal, as we move into the medal ceremony for the men's 200 metres individual medley SM7.
Bronze medalist representing Ukraine, Alexander Komarov.
There is the bronze medalist, Komarov, for the Ukraine. 2 minutes 52.79 for him. And I think that's the best he could have hoped for. Great to be in the medals. Great performance for him. Jingang Wang of the People's Republic of China. Well, he swam a great race, of course. We saw it earlier live. He posted 2:45.99. A great battle he gave with the competition he had against the Australian Matthew Levy, who took gold. There's Levy, of course, all kitted out. But that man, Jingang Wang, the silver medalist. There's the champion, Matthew Levy of Australia. 2:39.14 for gold this evening. And there's the mascot, Matthew Levy. Gold for himself and gold for Australia.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever si possible pour l'hymne national de l'Australie.
Advance Australia. Well, Matthew Levy, he did advance. He advanced right to the front, right to the top of the world for the men's 200 metres individual medley SM7. Gold for Levy, silver for Wang, and bronze for Komarov. There's the big, beefy anti-wave lane ropes. I'll tell you, you really don't want to hit one when you're in the class where there are swimmers with a visual impairment. Those lane ropes do come at you hard. Big discs smooth the waters. So the men's 100 metres breaststroke SB12 will be with you in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
S representing swimming, B for breaststroke, and the number 12 is the class that we have here. So these swimmers will have slightly more vision than SE11 or SB11. So this is the breaststroke, 2 lengths of the pool. World records 107.28. There's the lineup.
Representing Kazakhstan, Adiwar Akhmetov.
Akhmetov goes in lane number 1 for Kazakhstan. Gonzalez, he goes in 2 for Argentina. Klippert in 3 for the Ukraine. Izatu goes in 4 for Belarus, the fastest qualifier, but watch out for Maxim Varaksa in 5 for Ukraine. The big man's on form this week. Klenko, he goes in 6 also for the Ukraine. And Punko right there completes the lineup from the Russian Federation.
100-meter breaststroke SB12.
Izatu was the silver medalist at the London Paralympic Games. Swimmer from Belarus in lane number 4. Can he follow that up with a gold medal here at the World Championships? The gold medalist from the previous championship is Maxim Varaksa. He goes in lane number 5. I expect this to be a straight shootout between Izatu in the red cap and Maxim Varaksa next to him in the black cap. Great start though by the Belarusian swimmer there. The red cap of Izatu, the world record holder. He leads at halfway stage.
Izatu, a great champion, turning first ahead of Varaksa. Varaksa looking a little heavy in the water. Varaksa's posted 107.79 compared to Izatu's world record 107.28. Looking a little bit heavy in the water, trying to chase him down there in the yellow lanes, but still in the lead. And the red cap in lane number 4, Izatu of Belarus. His world record is 107.28. He set that when he took the Paralympic title in London on the 8th of September last year. He's 10 metres away from the finish. He's still leading. He's going to take gold. Varaksa in a strong silver position. Surely it's silver for him, but there is a massive new world record for Izatu of Belarus. Absolutely obliterated it and taken it to a whole new level. Absolutely fantastic. Varaksa stopping the clock and officially in 108.24, and the bronze going to Punko on the outside lane, an outside smoker, lane number 7 for Punko, 110.68. Fantastic.
He wasn't on record pace as he went out on the first 50. 30.72 was slightly slower than he went in London last year, but he came back so much stronger than he did at the London Games, and that time 106.03 is over a second better than the previous world record. Varaksa, well, he was behind from the start, couldn't really catch up Izatu, but a silver medal for Maxim Varaksa and the bronze medal from the outside, Sergei Punko. But Izatu, very, very strong, coming into the closing stages, stretching there, lunge for the wall, and it's a new world record time for the man from Belarus, Vladimir Izatu. Takes the gold here in Montreal. Varaksa the silver, and Sergei Punko from the outside lane the bronze. The results: gold to Belarus, Izatu, silver to Ukraine, and bronze to Russia. The swimmers for the final of the women's 100 metres breaststroke in the SB12 class. Zaradnikova from the Czech Republic goes in 1. Deborah Font swimming well this week for Spain in lane 2. Emily Telly from Germany in 3. Karolina Pelendritu, the world record holder from Cyprus, in 4. Marina Strabowska, Ukraine, in 5. Annabelle Moro, Argentina, 6. Carla Casals in 7 from Spain. And Nikola Fryakova in 8 for the Czech Republic.
We'll just look who serves his first, and it is in lane number 4. Pelendritu very good underwater. Stabrowski trying to stay with her. Stabrowski in the white cap, just one lane up in the yellow lane markers. Going very well in lane number 3 is Emily Telly of Germany. Pelendritou in lane number 4 though, posted 1:19.48 to qualify. 2 seconds clear of the nearest rival, Stabrowska in lane number 5. She's turning first in 35.17. 2.34 seconds clear.
And Carolina Pelendritou from Cyprus now surely can't be beaten here. Fantastic performance from the Cypriot swimmer. She's the world record holder. She's the gold medalist from the Beijing Paralympic. She's a gold medalist at the World Championships in 2010. She's going to double up. It's going to be 2 world titles for Carolina Pelendritou. Let's have a look at the clock. Sensational swim here. The world record 1:16.38. I think it might go. It does. 1:16.10. 2/10 of a second off the world record. Carolina Pelendritou takes the gold for Cyprus in a new world record time. Emily Telly finishing strongly for the German team to take silver, and Marina Strabowska in the bronze medal position for Ukraine. 1:20.85, but a new world record swim for Carolina Pelendritou from Cyprus.
Carolina Pelendritou dominated really that 100 metres breaststroke event. We can see how she's just so much faster with the recovery of her hands and very tight with those elbows, trying to get them inside the body line, not paddling or pulling too far back with the elbows going too far outside of the body line. Trying to get it tight and down into a stretched, streamlined, tube-like position, trying to make the body long. A nice tuck turn there. Good head position, I must say. Nice straight neckline down the body, keeping it streamlined, torpedo-like, and that was a great, powerful pull into the finish. Here she is, 5 metres from home. Love how she shoots the hands forwards and whips those feet back, and the feet almost glue themselves together as she holds that dynamic torpedo shape in her breaststroke. And that's how you win races. That's how you become a world champion. That's how you set a world record. Pelendritou with a world record, gold medal. Telly the silver, Stabrowska the bronze.
The men already out. The start of the men's 100 freestyle S13. Ihar Boki from Belarus. He has the fastest time into this final. He goes in lane 4. Carlos Farenberg from Brazil goes in 1. Sean Russo next to him, the Australian, in lane 2. Alexander Golitovsky goes in lane 3. The bronze medalist from London. Ihar Boki, the world record holder, the Paralympic champion, in 4. Denisenko, well, he's challenged Boki this week. Can he do it again? Timothy Antalfi in 6 from Australia. Charles Bauer from 7 in South Africa in 7, and Alexei Fedina in 8 from Ukraine. Well, what can Ihar Boki do? 51.67 set this morning in the heats. Sensational performance. Yaroslav Denisenko was a full second behind the man from Belarus. The start of the men's 100 freestyle S13.
Boki always good at the start, very good at the top of the picture. Farenberg of Brazil. The Brazilians are really quick and powerful off the starting blocks, but here in lane number 4, Ihar Boki from Belarus, as would be expected, in the lead, but going very well. Charles Bauer from South Africa, the powerful sprinter. Bauer up in lane number 7. He only posted 54.92 this morning. Bauer is leading Boki. This is going to be a fantastic race, but look at Boki underwater. He took 2/3 of body length out of the rest of the world. This race is now his. In second place in lane number 5, Denisenko. Denisenko in second, charged again by Bauer. Bauer trying to get back into the silver, but it's all about gold. It's all about a new world record. 50 61.05. Ihar Boki of Belarus smashes the record again by 62/100ths of a second, 2/3 of a second. He's taken off that world mark yet again. He was world-class material this morning and world-class and better tonight.
Ihar Boki, well, he was challenged in the early stages there by Charles Bauer of South Africa, but the Belarus swimmer, wow, was he tough off the wall there as he came out of the 50-metre turn, and he just went for home. 51.05. Well, he was 25.02 to the wall, 26.03 back. That is nearly a negative split. It's very much an even split. If you take the dive into consideration, it is a negative split for the man from Belarus. Fantastic performance. He is a world-class swimmer. 51.05. He takes that in a new world record time for Belarus. Bauer has to be content with the bronze after leading in the early stages for coming through for the silver. One lane up from Boki, Yaroslav Denisenko from Ukraine. There's the result. Ihar Boki, a world record swim to take gold for Belarus. Denisenko the silver. Charles Bauer, a new African record for bronze. Start list for the women's 100 freestyle S13. Tegan van Rooslalen goes in 1 for Australia. Elena Kravtsov for Germany in 2. Anna Krivshina, what a backstroke she had yesterday in 3. Valerie Grandmaison, can it be another gold for Canada at these championships? The world record holder in 4. Rebecca Ann Myers for the USA, she will challenge the Canadian swimmer. Irina Balsheva from Ukraine in 6. Martha Rutter from the USA in 7. And Rhea Schmidt, the second Canadian, goes in lane number 8. The final of the women's 100 freestyle in the S13 class is underway.
And this is the very last individual final here in Montreal. There are 2 relays to come after this. Let's watch the individuals battle across the pool. Valerie Grandmaison in lane 4 for Canada. Well, can she take gold again? She's very well placed at the moment. She's always strong in the finish, and she's strong at the front and in the lead at the moment. She approaches the one and only turn. Valerie Grandmaison, 29.61. She's over, and she's coming home for Canada, and she's pulling away from the field as she cruises towards gold.
There's no one can catch Valerie Grandmaison. It's going to be an excellent performance from the Canadian. Rebecca Ann Myers trying to get back on terms for the USA, but it's too late. The Canadians are going to have another gold medal at their home World Championships here in Montreal. Gold to Valerie Grandmaison, 1:40. Silver to Rebecca Ann Myers from the USA. Bronze to Anna Krivshina from Russia. And it's gold for Valerie Grandmaison again. She made no mistake. She led from the start. And what a fantastic performance from the Canadians on the last day of competition here at Montreal.
Isn't that fitting? Valerie Grandmaison taking the last individual gold here in Montreal. She's so powerful. I shook her arm the other day and she nearly pulled my shoulders out of the sockets. Really powerful in the quads, and you could see they're not just up the starting blocks, but the dolphin kicks blasting her into her first stroke. Powerful in the shoulders, just a powerful athlete, and you can see it not just in the starts but here at the turn as well. She goes into a very quick and tight rotation, zips over and powers away quickly into streamline and blasting to the surface.
Look at that leg kick for Valerie Grandmaison. She was determined to get this one. And when she comes into the last 5, there is no one else in sight. She wins it by 2.5 seconds from Rebecca Ann Myers from the USA, with Anna Krivshina in 3rd position. A delighted young lady. The results of the women's 100 freestyle S13. Valerie Grandmaison takes gold for Canada, silver to Myers of the USA, bronze to Krivshina of Russia. Rhea Schmidt from Canada finished in 6th position.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you that we will have a medal ceremony for the event number 162.
Well, we can draw breath. Oh, can we? The Aussies there, they're going to prepare well for the relays.
Lots of names to reel off across these relay events. The last 2 finals will have 7 teams, national teams line up, and the final of all finals will have 8 national teams. You can do the maths. There's 4 people in each team across the pool, many battling it out for a medal. We're going to move on to some medal ceremonies though before the last 2 finals this evening, so do stay tuned.
Men's 50 metres freestyle in the S5 class. A well-known face at the top of the medal podium, but he was made to work hard. Sebastian Rodriguez from Spain. He has been around for a long time. The great Spanish swimmer on the medal podium again. Be a feature of disability sport is that you can go on maybe a little bit later in years for one reason or another, but in terms of people who have acquired their disability later in life, very often they have an accident or something happens to them later in life and they come into sport at a later age. It's not as if they've done sport since they are very young, whereas it tends to happen in the able-bodied sport. Sometimes you get people coming into the Paralympic program at a later age. Rodriguez takes the bronze. Roy Perkins takes the silver for USA, and that was an excellent performance from Roy Perkins. 33.17. He was not too far away from the champion. Daniel Diaz has competed well nearly over the last decade, certainly over the last 7 or 8 years as he came onto the scene. Really, probably 2 World Championships ago in Durban in South Africa in 2006. He's dominated the event in the last couple of years. He's been made to fight all the way this week, but he is still the champion. He's still the gold medalist, Daniel Diaz from Brazil.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Daniel Diaz. That's Brazil's 11th gold medal of the East Championships. They are level on the gold medal tally at the moment with the USA and Australia. Ukraine have had a superb games. 33 gold medals so far, still with 2 events still to go. The Russian Federation, 2nd position on the medal table, 19 golds. They should finish in 2nd place. Oh, unless the Great Britain, 2 Great Britain teams can win the last relays. Great Britain just 2 golds behind the Russian Federation on 17. Another Ukrainian medal to celebrate. In fact, a gold and silver to celebrate for the Ukrainian team.
bronze medalist representing Brazil, Joana Maria Silva.
The bronze, though, goes to Brazil. Joana Maria Silva. It's bronze for Silva.
Yes, Joana Maria Silva always gets so pumped up, so focused. before she dives into the waters. That's really stood out this week. A very determined woman, loves her racing, great competitor. Savstova, the gold medalist there. In the middle, the silver going to Prologivia from the Ukraine. Gold and silver for the teammates. Natalia Prologivia, the silver medalist. Savstova, the gold. What a happy young woman she is. 35.89 beating Prologivia, 36.53. Young pretender coming through, taking out the master. Prologivia has to settle for silver. Victoria Savstova, the gold medalist, the world champion, and now we'll enjoy the national anthem.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your world championship medalist,
the 15-year-old. We saw her in London. And she is starting to really come through the ranks now. Swimmer with cerebral palsy. She has that almost permanent tremor there. Permanent movement for the swimmer in the middle. The 15-year-old in the centre of the two older swimmers, Natalia Prologeva and Joanna Maria Silva. Not old by any means, but the youngster takes the spoils on this occasion. The men's 50-metre butterfly for the S3 class. Sees another gold medal for the most successful swimmer at these championships, Dmytro Vinohradets from the Ukraine.
Médaillé de bronze représentant la Grèce,
Ioannis Kostakis on the medal table. I've seen this man swim a number of major championships from right back to the 1990s. He's still going strong, he's still picking up medals at the majors.
Representing Sweden, Mikael Fredriksson.
Mikael Fredriksson, he is very happy. A medalist in the backstroke, a medalist now in the butterfly. Another medal for the Swedish team. So Sweden take the silver, but it's a familiar place for Dmytro Vinohradets. He has dominated the S3 class. 6 gold medals he has taken as an individual. He's taken another one as a relay swimmer.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And he's also a silver and a bronze to his name. The most successful man at these championships, Dmytro Vinohradets from Ukraine. Dimitro Vinorodets, what a collection he's got. Ukraine, Sweden and Greece take the spoils. Vinorodets, well, I'm just having a look at his teammate, Olga Swiderska, who I think is the most successful female swimmer at these championships. I think Swiderska something like 7 gold medals too. So great performances there from the Ukrainian swimmers, and no wonder that the Ukrainian team is at top of the medal table with performances like those two. Vinorodets with 7 gold medals to his name at these championships.
So moving on to the medal ceremony for the women's 50 metres butterfly S3. Vera Tam, she took gold for Germany a little earlier this evening, stopping the clock 1:12.81. I can tell you the judging has been that good this evening. We're almost bang on track within 5 minutes of the schedule, having fallen back by half an hour with all the appeals and disqualifications and issues. The judges have done a fantastic job. We'll probably see them a little later on this evening, perhaps presenting some medals, I hope.
The voices you can hear, that are the judges sitting right beside Nick. Agafonova from the Russian Federation taking the silver medal behind the experienced Patricia Valle from Mexico. The Mexican team have loved their week here in Montreal. They're picking up the medals every day. I think they've picked up a medal. That's their 6th gold medal of the championships, and it goes to Patricia Valle. She celebrates and she hears the national anthem of Mexico.
Congratulations to Patricia Valle of Mexico.
What do you want?
Well, here we have a lineup. The men's 4x100 metres medley, 34 points, 8 national teams here. I do love the relays. Let's just explain the point system. It can be a mix of classes in the relay. Team management and coaches choose the strongest team. Each class has its individual points associated with it. So if you are an S7 swimmer, it's simply 7 points. It can be a mix, and you cannot have more than 34 points. The strategy here is to make sure that you not only have the right class to get you the fastest performance, but placed against other competitors in the right way, which may mean you have still waters or washy waters. You don't know where the national team individuals are going to be placed. Well, here we can see Diaz Silva and Brazil, and the final name on that list was Rodriguez. Very strong team for them.
Oliver Hine, Jack Bridge, James Hollis and Joseph Craig, a young team from Great Britain. Can they challenge the Australians, Cowdrey, Pendleton, Hall and Levy? That looks a strong team from the Aussies. China, they're traditionally strong in this event. Lu, Lin, Song and Wang. They are the Paralympic champions. They are the world record holders. The Russian team, well, that's a strong quartet as well. Pipped for the Paralympic title by 3/100ths of a second last year. Lysenkov, Grigorev, Skaluka and Tarasov. Ukrainian team, Bosninsky, Kalina will be strong on the breaststroke. Isaev and Hernenko. The USA are next in lane 7. Justin Zook, Cody Bureau, Ian Silverman and Roy Perkins, a lower class swimmer on the final leg. We could see the USA lead up until that final leg. And the young team from Canada, Sergeant Tonos, Bouclé, Lavillière and Zach McAllister. Oh, a real outside lane hope for Canada. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to challenge there, the home nation. But Brazil in the outside lane, they certainly will be challenging. Daniel Diaz goes first. Expect Brazil to be behind, but we'll keep an eye on them because they have 3 very, very strong swimmers to finish their relay with.
Yes, the lead could chop and change quite quickly. We've seen it many times in the past. Perhaps not so much here in Canada, in Montreal. The results seem to have been rather sure, a slightly earlier stage than normal, but I'm anticipating some good changes here. All set. Very quick away, lane number 5, Lysenkov. Konstantin Lysenkov for the Russian Federation. But look at the lead there. Lane number 3, Matthew Cowdrey for Australia. Well, he does love the backstroke. He's an S9 swimmer, and he's challenging S5s and S8s. As an S10 swimmer, Justin Zook for the USA in 7, going very, very well at the top there, turning first for the USA.
Well, we have the 2 winners, the S10 winner and the S9 winner in the 100 backstroke event. Justin Zook, can he break the 1 minute mark? Justin Zook is looking to challenge the world record for his class that he missed by 8/100ths of a second yesterday. We'll watch the time, see if Justin Zook can dip under that 1 minute mark. He is going to be leading for the USA. Cowdrey is going to be second position for Australia. Looks like Russia in third. Well, Zook hasn't done it. 101.65, slower than he went in the individual. Australia in second, and a great swim there from Ollie Kind in the first leg for the Great Britain team. 104.56 for Ollie Hind.
So the British team in third, but still in the lead. Up there with the black cap is the team of USA. Being chased down now, though, every single stroke. Lane number 5, the Russian Federation doing a remarkable job here. They are in the lead. Russia, China, Australia. That's the 1, 2, 3 as they're bunching up into a line now. Nothing separates them at this stage.
Well, this is what we like about this medley relay. It can change about. We change strokes, we change classifications. The Paralympic champions now going ahead. That's the Chinese team. That's Lin for China. They are going to hit the front. They're being pressed. Rick Pendleton doing well for the Australian team. It's going to be China. No, Australia 1/10 ahead of China. Ukraine came back with the breaststroker Kalina, but they're into the butterfly leg. Isaev in for Ukraine, and Brendan Hall in for Australia, and Song for China, and in the center of them it's Skaluka for the Russian Federation.
Pendleton doing a remarkable job for Australia in the breaststroke leg. Brendan Hall sticking in there. This is remarkable. 0.86 of a second behind. Australia are challenging China. Ukraine, though, in the lead. My word, look at USA. Look at USA there. They're going. Silverman Silverman, he's an S10, he loves his butterfly, and now streaking ahead, a full body length clear of the nearest rival in lane number 5. Galika is doing the butterfly for the Russian Federation, but can't get back.
Oh, Ukraine take it 1 second of the lead against China. I don't think the Australians are going to be able to do it with Matt Levy on the final leg. Brazil are not going to be able to do anything. They're out of it now. It is going to be between the 3 teams in the middle. They all have S8 swimmers. Russia have Tarasov. We have Harenko for Ukraine. We have Wang for China. Wang takes the lead for the Paralympic champions, and he heads for home.
Look at the leg kick on Wang. I really can't believe it. You can't even count them. He's accelerating the stroke rate. He's keeping it long. Desperately wanting this gold medal for the national team of China. Wang, but look at the finish. It's going to be dramatic with 5 minutes from home. Who's going to get there? Is it Wang? It is in lane number 4. 4 minutes 10.16. Oh my goodness. 14/100ths of a second separating him and the Russian Federation. Bronze unofficially going to the team in lane number 6. The Ukrainians get there 4:13.44. There's USA. Perkins coming in. And there's the national team of Canada stopping the clock. 4:45.14. That was McAllister coming in there.
Well, we love these relays. Things change about all the time in those relays. And it was almost a repeat of the Paralympic final last year. It was Wang against Tarasov. That time, Wang came from behind to overtake Tarasov in the closing stages. This time, he hung on to the lead. Wang, fantastic performance. There's Justin Zook going out for the US team. We knew they'd be strong in the early stages, but they could not sustain that position. The US team touching in first place, the S10 backstroke champion. But when they come into the second leg, it was the ultimate champions, China, who were getting up there in the lead. Grigorev did very well for the Russian Federation. 4 teams absolutely together there. Oh, touching together, wow. Very, very close there. Not a good changeover in lane number 5 for the Russian Federation. Skaluka was very close. And considering they just lost by 14/100ths of a second, could it be that changeover that maybe would have cost them it? Well, quite slow there, I think, for lane number 5. Here's a third changeover. And that is lane number 6. The Ukrainian teams have taken the lead. Isayev had a great swim there, but their final swimmer, Hernenko, could not hang on to that lead. Good changeover for the Ukrainian teams. The Australians trying to get the advantage of that quick changeover, but it was a tough ask for Matt Levy, the lower class swimmer, to come back in the final stages. It's a repeat of what happened in London. China winning the gold by very small margin from Russia. Tarasov tried everything he had, but 0.14 of a second was all that separated the 2 teams. A little bit further away than they were in London. It was only 3/100ths, but it was a very similar style. We do have a disqualification. It does not affect the Great Britain team disqualified, but China win the gold, Russian Federation the silver, and the bronze to Ukraine.
So now the men's 200 metres individual medley SM14 victory ceremony is brought to you.
Bronze medalist representing Great Britain, Ben Proctor. Ben Proctor.
The key.
silver medalist representing Great Britain, Daniel Pepper.
Médaillé d'argent représentant également la Grande-Bretagne, Daniel Pepper.
Daniel Pepper takes the silver for Great Britain. Well, that was maybe an unexpected medal for Dan Pepper, but he used his skill on the breaststroke discipline to bring himself back into contention. He wasn't catching this man. Mark Evers from the Netherlands takes another gold medal at these championships.
Yes, Mark Evers there being presented by Agnes Schilak of the IPC. She's the swimming manager. And Glenn Tasker there. Congratulations to Mark Evers, you are the world champion. What a week you've had. World records and gold medals he has enjoyed. The national anthem of the Netherlands.
Ladies and gentlemen,
what a proud man he is, Mark Evers of the Netherlands, much to the pleasure of his national teammates. So Evers, the gold, Pepper, the silver, Proctor, the bronze. So 2 medals for Great Britain right there. That will help them further up the medals table.
Yeah, the 2 old campaigners, Ben Proctor and Dan Pepper. They've been around for a number of years and they will be really happy with those medals in the 200 medley. And 2 Great Britain swimmers taking to the medal podium here in the women's SM14. Well, this young lady, Chloe Davis. She's only 14 years of age. She missed the medal in the backstroke by 3 100ths. She's got this one in the 200 individual medley. Fantastic performance from Chloe Davis. Jessica Jane Applegate, her teammate, came through in the closing stages of that 200 metres individual medley to claim the silver medal. But she could not catch her rival and friend from the Netherlands, Marlou van der Kolk. She takes the gold for the Netherlands. And what a fantastic performance that was. Very close in the early stages, but the backstroke and the breaststroke took her clear, and Applegate could do nothing on the freestyle leg to catch this young lady from the Netherlands.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist,
Marlou van der Kolk, to hear the national anthem of the Netherlands for the 6th time at these championships. Marlou van der Kolk and Mark Evers Both multiple gold medalists here. Two great stars of Netherlands swimming. We progress to the men's 200 meters individual medley for the SM11 class.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 200 meter individual medley SM11.
These are the medalists who have no vision. During the race, they wear blacked out goggles. And we've seen these three swimmers before on the medal podium this week. Kaiichi Kimura will take the bronze medal from Glen Tasker. This is Agnes's turn to present the beaver this time. Alexander Maschenko. He tried hard to get back on terms during the breaststroke leg, but couldn't catch the Spanish swimmer in the centre lane, the centre of the pool. It was Israel Oliver. He too has had an excellent championships. The Spanish team have been strong. 4 gold medals for that team from Spain. And Israel Oliver has got a couple of them.
Please rise if you can for the national anthem of Spain.
We'll now hear the national anthem of Spain.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist.
Well, not singing along to that national anthem, because as we know, Nick, my fact of the day on Tuesday was it, the Spanish national anthem has no words.
That's right, Paul. That was the first I knew of that. Paul Encyclopedia Noble.
See, you're learning every day.
Noble, often called Paul Noble overseas, especially in Europe.
Or French Canada.
Yes, of course. There go the medalists. Kimura, Maschenko, Oliver. European record for Oliver there. The women's 200 metres individual medley SM11. Lots of medley events this evening. Very grueling middle distance event.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women.
Got to be a master of all the 4 strokes and particularly the breaststroke.
Voici maintenant la cérémonie de remise des médailles du 204 nage individuel chez les dames SM11.
Bronze medalist representing Sweden, Maja Reichard.
Médaillée de bronze représentant la Suède, Maja Reichard.
Richard there, the bronze. For Sweden.
Silver medalist representing Germany, Daniela Schulte.
Daniela Schulte, the silver for Germany.
Gold medalist and world champion.
Daniela Schulte, the silver medalist. There is the champion. Mary Fisher of New Zealand. 2 minutes 50.25, ahead of Schulte, 2 minutes 50.77.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can for the national anthem of New Zealand.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever si possible.
And now the national anthem of New Zealand.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, vos médaillés des championnats du monde.
Oh, I just spoke to Mary Fisher just after she finished her race. She came out and congratulated her. And she was really chuffed with that swim. She's had a great week. I did tell her that after her swim, New Zealand were 4th in the medal table. That is incredible for the team from New Zealand. They are ahead of the USA, ahead of Brazil, ahead of Australia. Just one gold in it though. 12 golds at this championship for New Zealand. USA, Brazil and Australia have got 11 apiece. So there's no Australian or Brazilian team in the final event that we're about to see. So only the USA can topple New Zealand from their position of 4th in the medal table.
And close for Great Britain, also 54 medals for Team GB, and the Russian Federation have 53, but of course more gold medals. That's actually putting them ahead on the table at the moment. And so let's move to the final of all finals, the women's 4x100 metres medley, 34 points.
The Ukrainian team is the first to lead them out. They are going to finish top of the medal table. Can they finish this race on top?
So there's the team from the Ukraine. Istamina, Yushchenko, Kurlum, Palyan, Rivard, Roxon, Burden, Nelson go for Canada there in lane number 2. Rayabova, Vladikina, Grazdanona, Kosiva make the team up for the Russian Federation. They're in lane 3, right next to the British team. Millward, Cashmore, Slater, Maron, what a team that is. They're right next door to the USA. Great Britain are the world record holders, psyched up for this final, but what can USA do about that? Smith, Johannes, Long, Jordan. There are the 4 competitors to make up a very powerful USA team, but China in lane number 6 have Liu, Zhang, Jiang and Lin. Got a mix of S6, SB9, S8 and S9, so that's a good mix there. Strong mid-range class. And finally in lane number 7, Hungary have Pap, Ratst, Sos and Engelhardt. S10, SB9, S10, S5, so slightly higher classes there. Engelhardt S5. Great Britain, well, Stephanie Millward, she's an S9. Claire Cashmore, SB8. Slater, Stephanie Slater, S8, and Amy Maron is an S9. Very tight between them and the USA and the Russian Federation. Less than 1 second separating those 3 national teams. And they're away.
Stephanie Millward away for the Great Britain team. She'll be strong on the backstroke leg. Nina Ryabova for the Russian Federation in lane number 3. Expect her to come through strongly for the Russian team. Also going well for the USA, Elizabeth Smith had a good swim in the S10. 100 in the S9 100 backstroke. She couldn't catch Stephanie Millward, the champion. So Stephanie Millward, this is a good leg for the Great Britain team. Important that they get a good start. Very balanced team from Great Britain. They've got 2 9s and 2 8s. Much more balanced than the other team. The Russian Federation could well be the biggest threat. Ryabova, the S10 swimmer, and Vladikina, the 8, Grazdanova, the 9, and we finished with Guseva, the S7 swimmer. So if Britain are in touch when they get to the last swimmer, Amy Marin has got a great chance of taking gold for Great Britain. But now Ryabova coming through, level now with Stephanie Millward. This is good news for the GB team, I think. Vladikina goes in behind Claire Cashmore, 2/100ths of a second in it. Hungary in 3rd position, and the team from Canada handily placed, also in lane number 2 in 4th position.
Vladikina for the Russian Federation, doing a great job here on the breaststroke. Claire Cashmore is in lane 4 for Great Britain, but Vladikina there, the trademark pink go faster swim cap, really grooved into an aerodynamic shape there, is taking some margin away from Great Britain. Long into that turn, 1:48.01, 1.24 seconds clear of Claire Cashmore. Claire Cashmore took silver next to this lady earlier on in the week. Vladikina now a full body length ahead. She was the world champion individually and doing a great job for the Russian Federation in 3.
Now Vladikina, it's a lead for the Russian Federation, but I think the Russians wanted a bigger lead than that over the Great Britain team. Claire Cashmore doing a great job for GB in 2nd position, and this is looking absolutely excellent for the GB team. Canada fighting for 3rd position along with the team from Hungary, but the Russian Federation only 2 seconds ahead of the team from Great Britain. I don't think the Russians are strong enough in the second half of this race to hold off the GB team. And the swimmer making her World Championship debut for GB, Stephanie Slater, could give Amy Marin a lead going into the final 100, which would be absolutely sensational for the GB team and would say to me that a world record is on.
Irina Grazdanova just edged out there. The Russian Federation team now in 2nd place, but only by 16/100ths of a second. Stephanie Slater of Great Britain demonstrating great butterfly skills and endurance here. Stephanie Slater, she's an S8, and Great Britain are now into the lead and extending now. 2/3 of body length clear, the Russian Federation. Irina Grazdanova is digging in though. She's not letting it get away. It's certainly going to be down to the final leg, but Great Britain are positioned and well positioned for the final takeover right there.
Amy Marin in for Great Britain. She's an S9 swimmer against the S7 swimmer, Oksana Guseva. Nothing now can stop Amy Marin. She was a silver medalist in the 100 freestyle earlier this week, but she is bringing Great Britain home to a famous victory here. There is no one that can touch the GB team. The Russians now have to hang on for 2nd. I think they are safe in 2nd position. USA have come through into 3rd. Courtney Jordan in the bronze medal position at the moment. She should hang on for 3rd position, but now it's Amy Marin and Great Britain against the clock.
Yes, Great Britain against the clock. Amy Marin into the closing stages of this 4x100 relay. She's really motoring home now, extending the lead. Let's keep our eye on the clock for the world record. It's 4:52.40 for sure. It's going to be smashed out of sight. Amy Marin brings Great Britain home for gold with a massive new world record, 4:46.21. Here coming in for the Russian Federation, Oksana Guseva. What a battle they gave. It was silver in the end, but what a great effort here coming in lane number 5. USA against lane number 6, China. China just get it by the narrowest of margins. 11/100ths, 5:09.18 for the People's Republic of China to take bronze. What drama in the pool tonight.
Well, the Canadian team coming in 5th position, and the Ukrainians touching now ahead of the team from Hungary. But there's young Amy Marin. She had her birthday here this week, just 15 years of age, and that was a real glory leg on that last leg from Amy Marin. A 1:03 to finish with for the youngster from GB. Stephanie Millward, well, she got them a good lead. It was important that she was close to Nina Ryabova, and in fact Stephanie Millward ahead of the Russian Federation swimmer. Vladikina had a good change over there. Now Vladikina, well, you would think the Russian Federation were going to need about 5 or 6 seconds at least, but Claire Cashmore, didn't she dig in well for the Great Britain team? And at the end there, Vladikina was only a couple of seconds ahead when they came to that butterfly changeover. Grastinova going in for the Russians, and there's Claire Cashmore, not much in it at all. And at that point I thought, well, the Great Britain team really have got it to lose. Fantastic performance from the first two there. And there is Vladikina. Look how close Cashmore is there as they come to the turn. And in went the newcomer, the debutante at this World Championship, Stephanie Slater. Grasdanova for the Russian Federation. She was a strong butterfly swimmer, but Stephanie Slater was stronger. And when she handed over in front there to Amy Marin, there was never going to be any other winner rather than the GB team. Amy Marin was almost immediately away and clear. Look at the leg kick on Marin, and Guseva immediately is fighting to hang on to the silver medal position.
Absolutely motoring here. We can see how fast the stroke is. Wonderful leg kicking, so powerful, almost creating a bow wave there through the middle of the body, and it's so high to the water surface. It's all about body positioning. We need to be horizontal, we need to be streamlined. That head is positioned very well. Didn't take any breaths inside the final 5 there. Head down all the way. Perfection, professionalism. It came together tonight after all the months of hard training. What a team.
Well, we are waiting again for that final result. Hopefully there will be no drama again, no disqualifications. It has ranked on the scoreboard, so I don't see any disqualifications listed, but we are still waiting for the official result.
I know you'd like your dinner tonight, wouldn't you, Paul?
Well, we're not bad tonight. We're not too far behind schedule. 20 minutes to 9. So a great way to finish the championships. Though a fantastic race, a world record performance from the team from GB. They really showed great steel there. 4:46.21, 6 seconds better than the previous world record mark set at the European Championships in Berlin 2 years ago in 2011. Pleased for the Russian Federation. They were pipped for a medal in London with 4 teams touched almost together. They were the team that finished in 4th. This time they're on the medal podium, and a very close race for the bronze medal between USA and China. The Chinese team with Lin on the last leg, getting up there just 11/100ths ahead of the USA team. What a great way to finish these championships. Let's hope that there are no disqualifications that will affect the medal positions. That's Kolmogorova from the Russian Federation. As the team stands and the spectator stands begin to empty, the teams will be tired, but they'll be heading for the closing party. Yep. Still some energy left there on the South Africans. We're still waiting for this official result. The board does show a world record time for Great Britain. Let's hope we can bring you confirmation of that very shortly.
Thinking about the performance, the anchor leg of Amy Maron there, when I mentioned the super fast leg kick, it was almost like the pictures before us were put to us in fast play, fast forwards. It was that much of a motoring, accelerating stroke, yet there was no lacking of technique in holding the rush to the wall together, desperate for that gold medal. The world record was a bonus, perhaps they wanted it, but it's all about medals in finals.
I think they did want it, actually. They've got a new team this year, Great Britain. They lost out to Australia last year in London, and that hurt them. It was very, very close, that swim for the medley relay in London. They wanted to come back at these World Championships. They wanted the gold medal. They wanted a new world record time, and that is going to be a tough time for any other team to challenge. The Americans had a new team. The Australians, well, they weren't entered into this relay. They will be back. The Australians with Ellie Cole missing. Once Ellie Cole comes back into the team, the Australians will be very strong. Ellie Cole, the Paralympic champion from London in the 100 freestyle, beat the great Natalie Du Toit from South Africa in her final international swim. So she kind of spoiled the party for the great South Africans. So that's the kind of strength that the Australians have got to bring back in, and the Americans too. They will come back strong, I'm sure, in future years. But Great Britain, they will be there, they will be challenging. They've got a great quartet. They'll be hoping to keep this four together over the next couple of years. They can progress towards the next World Championships in Glasgow in 2015 and of course Rio in 2016. Canada finished in 5th position, not quite replicating the silver medal that they had in the freestyle relay. That was a real shock and a real bonus for the Canadians there. That must have been their favourite swim, I think, for the 4 young ladies that swam in the Canadian team. It was just something completely out of the blue, and sometimes that happens in relays. Everything just clicks together and you end up on the medal podium. Well, we're still waiting for this result to come to us, and I really do hope that there's not just going to be one final twist of these championships.
Paralympic swimming will have the European Championships next year before 2015, the World Championships, and leading us into Rio for the Paralympic Games. So a busy schedule year in, year out. So now we have another medal ceremony as we start to draw towards the very end of these World Championships in Montreal. It's the presentation for the men's 100 metres breaststroke SB12.
Chairperson of the IPC Swimming Sports Technical Committee, as well as Sue Prasad.
And that's Jane Blaine being introduced on the left-hand side there, and Sue Prasad on the right-hand side. What a fantastic job they've been doing here in organising and directing the judges that do an absolutely awesome job for every hour they're here. Sergei Punko is the bronze medalist from the Russian Federation. 1:10.68 for him tonight for bronze. There's Jane Blaine. And that's Sue Prasad presenting the mascot beaver to Sergei Punko. Maxim Varatska of the Ukraine, 1:8.24. Did as much as he could for silver. Couldn't stop Izatu smashing the world record. Maxim Varatska of the Ukraine, the silver medalist. But there is Izatu. Oh, he wanted that one. A massive world record by more than 1 second, 1 minute 6.03 seconds. The first man ever to go under 1 minute 7, 1:7:28 was his world record before tonight. Massive.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
And now the national anthem of Belarus.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever si possible pour l'hymne national du Bélarus.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, vos médaillés des championnats du monde.
Gold for Belarus. Izato takes the gold medal. Bit of a change not to be Ihar Boki taking the gold medal for Belarus. Izato doing just as well as his teammate Ihar Boki. He is the world champion in 100 metres breaststroke. And now another new national anthem for us to enjoy. The 26th country that has won a gold medal here at these World Championships. Almost half the countries out of the 55 countries, very nearly half, have won a gold medal. It's fantastic to see these medals being shared around. Stavrovska from Ukraine. Another medalist from the really strong team from Ukraine. They just keep producing the swimmers, keep producing the stars. Emily Teller from Germany. She swam well to gain that silver medal under the 120 mark, 119.75 for the German swimmer. Just 16 years of age, Emily Teller. But the champion in Eindhoven in 2010 is the champion here in Montreal 2013, and what a swim it was, a world record time for Karolina Pelendritou from Cyprus. Fantastic swim. And the young lady, a real star back in Cyprus, and the 26th country to have their national anthem played here in Montreal at these World Championships is Cyprus. Nice rendition of the Cypriot national anthem. And Karolina Pelendritou, she takes the gold medal. Experienced swimmer, Paralympic champion back in Beijing 2008. She was a world champion in 2010, and she's followed that up here in Montreal, and improving by 0.2 of a second the world record that she set in London last year. Edging closer to the final ceremonies. Men's 100 freestyle S13.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 100
this
freestyle
man
S13.
just a short while ago. The winner is again from Belarus. And he is the familiar face of Ihar Boki. Charles Bauer from South Africa. Great swim from Charles Bauer. Personal best. South African record and an African record, 52.41. Excellent swimming there from Charles Bauer. Yaroslav Denisenko, well, he has been the man that has challenged Ihar Boki the most at these championships. The Ukrainians just keep producing swimmers, but Ihar Boki burst onto the scene at the World Championships in 2010, the Europeans 2011, the Paralympics in 2012, and now the World Championships again in 2013. Ihar Boki is the gold medalist again in the 100 freestyle S13 from Belarus.
Ihar Boki, there can be only one, a bit like the film Highlander, and he is the one tonight. Ihar Boki, the world champion. What a massive world record. I love that final this evening. Bauer was right up there for so much of the swim. The powerful man from South Africa, Denisenko, well, 51.96 for him from the Ukraine. Just awesome performances in the pool for that event and many others this evening. I enjoyed last night, but perhaps tonight wins it for me. And especially this race, the women's 100 metres freestyle S13. It was the very last individual final, and guess what? Gold went to Canada. Valérie Grand-Maison in the middle there for Canada. Well, the bronze went to Russia. Krivshina stopping the clock, 1:03.40 for a tough bronze medal in that final this evening. Good performance for her.
Silver medalist representing the United States.
Anna Krivshina, the bronze medalist. There is the silver medalist, Mayors of the USA. 62.91 this evening. Sue Prasad there presenting the medals once again, and Jane Blaine, the mascots. What a great job they've done for all the officials here in Montreal. Rebecca Ann Myers, the silver medalist, but moving to gold. What a champion she is. Valérie Grand-Maison takes the final individual gold medal, and is presented that by Sue Prasad.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can for the national anthem of Canada.
What a champion she is, so powerful off the blocks and underwater, and so powerful off the turns. The national anthem of Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that's the biggest grin I've ever seen. A smile the size of a mountain, really. So very, very, very proud.
Valerie Grandmaison takes the final individual gold of these championships. It's gold to Canada, Valerie Grandmaison. What a way to finish this event. And the t-shirt said, "Who's our big house?" It's Valerie. Valerie Big House, Valerie Grandmaison. She takes the gold for Canada. 1 minute .40. The emotion showing on the face of Valerie Grandmaison at her home championships. As the presentation boards are just spaced out a little.
The results for the women's 4x100 medley relay are now official. Winning bronze is the People's Republic of China.
Because they need additional space in the presentation area, because they have 12 people to fit in. It's the 4x100 meters medley relay, 34 point for men.
I think there may be a final relay presentation tonight. The Bugs and the Beasties. They've been out again, not quite as forceful as they were the other night. I'd like to see a Bugs and Beasties relay 4x100, 34 points. Can they swim, Bugs and Beasties, Paul?
Well, who knows? How much would you get for a spider against a beetle? How many points would that be? 8 points for a spider, because they've got 8 legs. Is that right?
That would add up. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be
6 for an ant, and something like that. That would work, wouldn't it?
It's been a long week. My pleasure to work with you, Paul, as ever.
Yeah, we've had a good time. The result of the men's 4x100 meters, 34 points. China take gold ahead of Russian Federation and Ukraine the bronze. Team from Great Britain disqualified, and Canada in 7th position.
Yes, bittersweet for Great Britain, disqualified in the penultimate final. In the following relay, same 34 points, they take gold. They can bounce back. Good championship, perhaps not quite as many medals as we've seen in the past. They've had their fair share, though. Done very well on the medals table. A number of golds, of course, as ever, but I'm not sure if they met their gold medal target. They may well have.
I think they did have, actually. They had a lot more golds than they did at last World Championship, so it will be regarded as a success for the new performance manager from Great Britain in his first competition. 3rd place in the medal table. Great Britain have been top of the medal table before World Championships, but I don't think anyone could have lived with a great performance, the great team performance from the team from Ukraine, who were way ahead of any of the other countries in terms of gold medal performances. Swimmers making their way out. The men's team for the 4x100 meters medley relay. It was a fantastic race. We built it up. We thought it was going to be a great event, and it certainly was. It was very much the same result in terms of the top 2 as we had at the London Paralympic Games. China and Russia, they are the dominant teams at the moment in the 4x100 medley relay. 34 points. The bronze medalists on this occasion, it's the team from Ukraine. Marie Bozyczynski went on the opening leg for Ukraine. The S8 swimmer. And on the backstroke leg, he was followed by Andrei Kalina, the breaststroke champion. Pulled the Ukrainians back into contention there, really going for the lead at the halfway stage. Very, very close at that stage. Maxim Isayev the butterfly leg really took the Ukrainian team into the lead, but it was a tough job for Bohan Herenko on the final leg. We didn't really expect that he could hang on to that lead, but a good performance nevertheless, a good team performance from the team from Ukraine. The Russian Federation team, well, they must be annoyed to be beaten again by the Chinese team. These two teams have been so close after the last couple of years. Lysenkov taking the gold medal earlier in the week in the 100 backstroke in the S8 class. Silver this time in the relay. Grigorev did the breaststroke leg, the butterfly, Skaluka and Tarasov brought them home and really got back on terms with the Chinese. Well, almost 14/100ths of a second for the Russian team to catch up with that Chinese team. But again, as it was in the Paralympic Games last year, the gold goes to the team from China. Liu went out on the backstroke leg. Liu, the S9 swimmer, didn't really feature in the early stages, but a strong breaststroke by Lin brought them back into second position. It was very close. And Song went on the butterfly leg, the butterfly champion in the S8 class. And Wang, what a start he had on that final anchor leg. And he was managed to hang it on against the fast advancing Tarasov for a gold, a famous gold in the men's 4x100 meters medley relay. 34 points for the team from the People's Republic of China.
Ladies and gentlemen, your world
Chinese national anthem plays for the 4x100 meters medley relay team. What a team it was. Liu, Lin, Song and Wang. They are the champions here in Montreal. Oh, the Chinese team haven't been as successful as they have been in previous championships. Now, we haven't seen the size of the Chinese team that we have seen previously. Maybe a number of the stars that they attracted in the lead up to the Beijing Games maybe retired. You never know, it's 5 years now since the Beijing Games. So people have a life in swimming, and maybe it's just the end of an era for the Chinese team.
And on that point, Paul, we see these World Championships the year after the Paralympic Games, but nonetheless we're still seeing world records smashed and crashed into. And I just wonder what the World Championships will be like in 2015 in Glasgow. Now, normally the year preceding the Paralympic Games, which of course is Rio in 2016, will be the one where you lay down the gauntlet and swimmers will be really on form and you see many world records tumble. But we're seeing the momentum carry on from London 2012, so I just wonder what your thoughts might be for Glasgow 2015. Can we keep this momentum going?
Well, I think so. There's regional championships next year, regional being Europe, Africa, Asia, Oceania and the Americas as well, which we're going to see in Toronto. I think is the Parapan Packs in Toronto. and that's going to be in a couple of years' time. So there's still lots of competitions for the swimmers to work towards and to try and get there, to try and secure their place, to stake a claim for that Rio Paralympic Games. The Rio is going to be the one where everyone is going to work towards, but there are stepping stones on the way, certainly.
So on that note, here are the stepping stones. We've got China on the stone of bronze, 5 minutes 9.18 this evening. For the People's Republic of China, they take bronze. Bronze medals and the mascots, of course. Lu, Zhang, Jiang, and the anchor leg was by Lin right there, coming forwards to take that bronze medal. The national team of China.
Silver medalist representing
the Russian Federation. They did splendid. Inside 5 minutes, 4:59.51 for the Russian Federation. Nino Ryabova, S10, led off very well for her national team. Olesya Vladikina, a famous name and a famous face, did the breaststroke, of course. Grazdanova, Irina Grazdanova, S9 for the butterfly. Oksana Guseva, S7 for the front crawl. Splendid job. The national team of Russia. The world champions, arms aloft. Absolutely fantastic this evening. An awesome foursome, as they say, an awesome world record, 4:46.21. And that lady, Claire Cashmore, well, she takes a medal after Stephanie Millward. Stephanie Slater right there coming forwards. She did the butterfly, but Amy Fast Forwards Maron, that's the new nickname from me. Look like the host broadcaster brought you the pictures to you in super fast relay buttons. Amy Maron anchored that leg so well. The national team of Great Britain will enjoy now the national anthem. Well, in absolute fine voice there, Paul.
The champions from Great Britain really enjoying that national anthem. Britain take the final gold of these championships. The Russian Federation silver and China the bronze. And what better way to finish a World Championships with a world record swim from Great Britain. Well, it's a team that'll be here for a few years, I'm sure. That foursome is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Two newcomers on the right for Great Britain, Amy Maron and Stephanie Slater, their first World Championship. The result of the women's 4x100 metres medley, 34 points. Great Britain take gold in a new world record time. The Russian Federation silver and China the bronze. The team from Canada finished fourth, and unfortunately the USA were disqualified in that final race.
Well, I could talk swimming all night, I know you could talk swimming all night, Paul, and we have. Let's face it, it's now turned 9:15 this evening. The organisation has been superb here, bringing it back on schedule for a final finish. It really has been fantastic. I for sure want my dinner, Paul. How about you?
Yep, I could do with that. It's been good. We wish that the competition could go on for longer. We could watch swimming all night, all week. There's been some fantastic performances throughout the week. World records, new world champions crowned, old stagers coming back and performing well as we've seen them in the past. But it's been a great championships. It's great to work with you, Nick. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Paul. It really is. You know, we've said it every single night. It's a delight. It doesn't feel like work. It really is our genuine pleasure to bring you this live broadcast coverage, streamed across the world, of course. Really has been a fantastic IPC Swimming World Championships here in Montreal. It's the end of competition. I'll see you in Glasgow. My name is Nick Gillingham. It's good night from me and good night from Paul Noble. He set the world record. Bodeko is now 5 metres from the finish. Bodeko's going to take the gold medal just outside the world record.
M7, 2 Canadians go. And of course the very successful Courtney Jordan from the USA in lane number 3. Should be a good... Is really powering through on this backstroke, really trying to get the turnover. Howarth is just about going to have enough.
Nations.
Matthew Cowdrey has proved this week he has a lightning start.
I don't think it's going to catch him, but here we go with the last 4 arm strokes into the finish. It does go to...
Start here in Montreal, and she's pushing the experienced Millward. Millward just about hanging on. It's all going to come down to the finish. Who's it going to go? It is
100 metres freestyle S.
The turnover of the arms is really flying over from the Colombian. I think it's going to be a second goal at these championships for freestyle S6. The women's 100 freestyle for the S6 class is underway, and a good start from
It's lane 4 trying to get back at Ellie Simmons, but Ellie Simmons made a great early break, and the goal's going to go to her. Goal to great.
For the men's 50 metres. He has got longer arms than Suzuki. Is it going to make a difference? Looks like Suzuki first to dive into the wall, and the world record holder gets it.
The next final The middle, almost a full body length clear of Rodriguez in 5. Oh, look at the time.
Race is the 50 metres freestyle is underway, and a good start there from Chantal Molenkamp in lane 4 from New Zealand. Let's have a look at the clock. It's under the 28. The men's 50 metres freestyle.
Federation, let's keep our eye on his world record, 25.82. He set it in London when he took the European. Oh, 25.81.
Bronze. Second place with Jiang and Istamina, but there's no doubt about the winner. Let's watch the clock. It's just outside the world journalists, including Daniel Diaz. They come into the last 10. It's Perkins and Daniel Diaz side by side, but Diaz is just going to be strong enough to get the goal for Brazil. Diaz gets it, 32 points for the women's 50 metres free ahead of her teammate Natalia Prologaeva. Sadstova hanging on, but Prologaeva coming back in the closing stages. The finalists for the men's 50 metres, the 22-year-old from Sweden. The only thing we're looking out for is the world record mark, 56 S3, 3 Mexican. It is a combined event, so there is only one set of medals, but we will keep our eye on Kayla Wheeler.
Now we have the men's 200 metres.
It's one of these events just been reintroduced to the World Championship programme. Not a Paralympic event last year in London. There were only 3 events for the S14 class.
Now, Applegate trying to dig in lane number 5. Applegate digs in again. Applegate now into silver. Well, it does take your breath.
Backstroke leg. Donovan Tilsley coming back into contention now. The Canadian swimmer in lane number 3, Donovan Tilsley. A medal
will be the Canadian into the medals. Oliver's going to take gold for Spain. He's home. Ends 100 metres breaststroke S. 10 metres away from the finish. He's still leading. He's going to take gold. Barak's in a strong silver position. Surely it's silver for him, but there is a massive new world.
For the final of the women.
Emily Telly of Germany. Pelendra in lane number 4 though.
1:16.38. I think it might go. It does. 1:16.10. 2/10 of a second off the world record. 13 Ihar Boki.
Pushed again by Bauer. Bauer trying to get back into the silver, but it's all about gold. It's all about a new world record. 51.05.
In the S13 class is underway.
And this is the very last individual final.
Gold medal at their home World Championships here in Montreal. Gold to Valerie Grant.
And they're away.
Stephanie Milward away for the Great Britain team. She will be strong on the backstroke leg. Nina Ryabova for the Russian Federation. S10 swimmer. And Vladikina, the 8. Grazdanova, the 9. And we finished with Guseva, the S7 swimmer. So if Britain are in touch when they get to the last swimmer, Amy Maron.
Cap really grooved into an aerodynamic shape there. He's taking some margin away from Great Britain. Long into that turn, 1:48.01, 1 point. Now extending the lead. Let's keep our eye on the clock for the world record. It's 4:52.40 for sure. It's going to be smashed out of sight. Amy Maron brings Great Britain home for gold with a massive new world record, 4:46.